Something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. So what has happened to us? And what should we do about it? Join the Finding Gnosis show. It's an open panel for people trying to figure out what's really going on in this strange existence, and what we should be doing while we're here. Join us as we all find Gnosis together. Gnosis is knowledge. We need to find out what's going on. We need to find out what we should be doing. Chat soon on the Finding Gnosis show.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale what is. Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here, what is. From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
A question.
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
Whatever it is,
Notice it.
don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
And then ask the deeper question,
How might this be valuable to all of us?
how might this help us understand what is actually going on in this existence we are all sharing?
What is?
There is no pressure for it to be profound.
It can be simple.
It can be strange.
It can be personal.
It can be cosmic.
It can be a question you've been carrying.
Or something you feel the collective needs to hear. Whatever has arisen.
Let it be exactly what wants to be known through you in this moment.
Breathe with it.
What is?
Let yourself stay here a little longer.
Notice if anything else is moving through you now.
What else is present?
What else wants to be seen?
What is? When something clear has formed,
Or even if it is still soft and unclear.
when you feel the impulse to bring it into the circle, you are warmly invited to click the link pinned in the chat, or the link in the video description below.
Come and join us live.
Tell us what came to you when you asked what is,
And tell us why you feel it matters for you.
and for all of us, your insight,
Your question.
your feeling,
Your vision.
it all belongs here.
There is no wrong thing to bring.
Only what is true for you in this moment. If you are too shy to come on,
Ask yourself why.
what are you afraid of?
What is holding you back?
Maybe it is holding us all back in our ability to get together.
Maybe we need to talk about it.
You can also simply type whatever you want in the live chat.
Remember,
Words matter,
they affect our thoughts
and our thoughts affect what we do.
and how we feel.
Be careful what you say.
Be careful what you type.
Your words have power here,
They help shape the space we are creating together.
so speak from this quiet place.
Or type from this quiet place.
Whatever feels true for you right now.
We are here to receive it with open hearts.
There is no judgment,
Only presence.
only listening.
Only connection.
Take one more breath. when you are ready, open your eyes if they are closed.
Click the link.
And come share what has been brought to the fore of your awareness.
We are waiting for you.
With open arms, open minds,
and open hearts.
What is ready to emerge through you right now?
What is it that wants to be known?
Not just by you, but by all of us.
What is?
Take a slow, deep breath in and let it go again. Breathe in and slowly release. One more time. Breathe in deeply and let everything go as you exhale. What is? Let your body settle even more. Let your shoulders drop a little further. Let your jaw soften completely. Let your hands rest wherever they are. Let your feet be fully supported by whatever is beneath them. There is nothing you need to do right now, except be here. What is? From this quiet place, gently turn your attention inward and ask a very simple question. What is?
Just that.
What is? Don't try to answer it with your thinking mind. Simply hold the question and see what rises on its own.
What is?
What comes into your awareness right now? It might be a thought.
It might be a feeling.
It might be an image, a memory,
a question,
or a quiet knowing. It might be a sensation in your body, a tightness somewhere, or a softness.
It might be the sound of your own breath, or sounds from the room around you.
It might be nothing at all.
Just spacious silence.
Whatever it is,
notice it.
Don't push it away.
Don't try to change it.
Just watch it arrive.
What is?
Now ask yourself very gently, why did this particular thing come forward right now?
What is it trying to show me?
And then ask the deeper question.
How might this be valuable to all of us?
How might this help us understand what is actually going on in this existence we are all sharing?
What is?
There is no pressure for it to be profound.
It can be simple.
It can be strange.
It can be personal.
It can be cosmic.
It can be a question you've been carrying.
Or something you feel the collective needs to hear. Whatever has arisen.
Let it be exactly what wants to be known through you in this moment.
Breathe with it.
What is?
Let yourself stay here a little longer.
Notice if anything else is moving through you now.
What else is present?
What else wants to be seen?
What is? When something clear has formed.
Or even if it is still soft and unclear.
When you feel the impulse to bring it into the circle, you are warmly invited to click the link pinned in the chat, or the link in the video description below.
Come and join us live.
Tell us what came to you when you asked, what is?
And tell us why you feel it matters for you.
And for all of us, your insight,
your question,
your feeling,
your vision.
It all belongs here.
There is no wrong thing to bring.
Only what is true for you in this moment. If you are too shy to come on,
ask yourself why.
What are you afraid of?
What is holding you back?
Maybe it is holding us all back in our ability to get together.
Maybe we need to talk about it.
You can also simply type whatever you want in the live chat.
Remember,
Words matter,
they affect our thoughts
and our thoughts affect what we do.
and how we feel.
Be careful what you say.
Be careful what you type.
Your words have power here,
They help shape the space we are creating together.
so speak from this quiet place.
Or type from this quiet place.
Whatever feels true for you right now.
We are here to receive it with open hearts.
There is no judgment,
Only presence.
only listening.
Only connection.
Take one more breath. And when you are ready, open your eyes if they are closed,
Click the link.
and come share what has been brought to the fore of your awareness.
We are waiting for you.
With open arms, open minds.
And open hearts.
What is? What is ready to emerge through you right now?
What is it that wants to be known?
Not just by you, but by all of us.
What is?
Hello, 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 one and all. There has been a mutiny on this ship, and you may call me Commandant Dirty. We have one guest in the back already. Welcome, Fantasy PGA Tour. How are you, brother?
I'm all good, pal. I was expecting the NW, but it's yourself.
Yeah, you got a different L today, brother.
What's going on here? Then you stole this job, have you?
Yeah, I've stolen his job, his StreamYard, and yeah, most of his respect, I think.
Most of his respect. Well. What did you do? Just you stole his password, did you? Crack that one.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, no, I'm all good, mate. I'm all good. I haven't spoken to you since the whole toroidal.
Yes, it's been a while, brother. How have you been keeping? Are you well?
I'm well, mate. I've been quite busy. I don't think I mentioned on this show, but I'm moving to Australia next month. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the free time's it's not abundant right now.
Yeah, sure.
So I've not been on there often. But yeah, no, I thought I'd pop my head in to say hello.
Yeah, lovely. You bring any thoughts with you?
About what? Just is there a topic, or are we? We're just
No, open panel.
Open panel. I mean, I've got loads of thoughts. Where do you start? How are you doing, mate? How are you doing? Are you all good? Here?
Yeah, all told, isn't like you say, mate. Life's busy. But yeah, I'm well, thank you.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. And where is the NW today? Is he?
DNW is packing things up to take a little break for a few days.
Okay.
So he is listening. He is around, but yes, he's left me at the tiller. So he's pilot of the storm time.
Well, much love to you, DNW, if you're listening, mate. Much love to you, bro. But yeah, I mean, it's getting the ball rolling, isn't it, mate? I mean, if the possibilities are endless, then it's hard to move forward for me, mate. I need a topic or something to build.
Yeah, all right. I'll give you a topic. I'll use DNW's intro. What's really going on, Fantasy PGA Tour?
Oh, that's really it. I mean, again, the amount of ways you could answer that question, eh? I certainly don't know the answer. I think we all lean towards a certain direction, don't we?
I think what you said there was quite prophetic. You said, "I don't know the answer." That resonates deeply with me.
Yeah, probably should resonate deeply with every honest person. But yeah, I've certainly come a lot closer to God, shall we say, in recent times. I was very skeptical about the idea of God, and I also thought the most rational position was actually the atheist materialist position, as that's what the culture presents.
Yes, absolutely.
So yeah, I've sort of moved towards God now. So as far as I'm concerned, I just live for God.
That's crazy you say that, because I've had much the same thing go on in me over the last. Well, I'd say it's been growing over the last year, but particularly the last 6 months.
Yeah, exactly the same here, brother. Exactly the
Mm.
same. Not sure why we've aligned like that, but yeah, exactly the same here, mate. Exactly the same. Well, when I say God, I'm still quite loose with that. I don't think I
Mm.
fully understand God at all. Well, none of us do, right? But I'm not even sure exactly what my position on God is. It's sort of like some weird amalgamation of the Christian God and universal consciousness.
Mm.
I'm still trying to figure it out, but I'm pretty damn sure there's a God at the bottom of everything. So, and I think Jesus probably presented the best way to act within the world. So that's
Mm.
kind of what I'm working off at the minute. I'm not sure how your journeys took you, or to any specifics as it at all.
Yeah, I was actually just going to ask you the question. What other names do you have for God? Because
Mm.
although I've accepted God, I still find the word has so many connotations and attachments in other people's minds that something in me is uncomfortable declaring that.
Yeah, I mean, when I use the term God, I use it very, very loosely. Yeah, but when I say God, I mean, are you asking for a different term other than God? Well, yeah, because I'm not too exactly sure on my specific view of God, I still just want to sort of use that general branching term for now. But maybe I guess you could say Father, Son, and Holy Spirit to some degree, but I'm still not exactly sure where I stand on the Trinity either, to be honest with you. So I'd like to hear yours though, mate. I mean, sounds like you maybe got more of a firm structure on your idea of God, have you there?
I don't know about firm. I've got lots of ideas. um, yeah, I liked your universal consciousness. That
Yeah.
definitely aligns with what I imagine.
Hmm.
I think I've actually preferred using the term the all and everything,
Okay.
where the all is the unification and the everything is that in its apparent pieces, all of the things that appear to my awareness.
Okay. So is God for you, is that the accumulation of all consciousness that then becomes the universal consciousness in totality, or are you sort of God as well in some way, like I am, like everyone else is? How do you make that distinction, or do you view that as the same thing?
I'd not done until you asked me the question, but yes, it does seem to me to be in everything. There's nothing where I can't see God in a given thing. But I think the bit that really resonates with me with the all and everything is that well, one, all is very close to al, it's very close to L and Allah, the double L, the vowel. So it's already got this God feeling to it, just in the word. But
Okay.
in principle, the all, as in singular, it's irreducible. If there's anything that's outside of this definition of all that you've got, then you're missing something. It's not yet unified.
Yes, yes. But are we perhaps ununified, trying to become unified? Is that?
Hence the everything.
Yeah. Okay, okay, okay. Oh, very interesting. I did have a question in my mind there. It's completely gone.
It'll come back. I'll just give you some other ideas. I'm
Sure.
also very interested in Taoism. I find the Tao, I don't know if it's God or the nature of the flowing of God or God played out over time, but the Tao very much feels like the same thing in my heart.
Don't know too much about the Tao. Are you able to briefly sum it up, summarize it?
Yeah, so Taoism came from Lao Tzu, if I'm correct, in the Tao Te Ching. And he went on to write an entire book, the Tao Te Ching. I so what hurt. And the first line in it is the Tao that can be spoken in words is not the true Tao. So it's
Oh,
immediately sort of undoing his whole book. But there's something about that where if you can label it in a word or point at a thing, you're looking at the things rather than the all.
yeah. There's a sense of that with Nirvana in Buddhism, isn't there as well? It's
Mm, mm.
never really described. It's just like it's almost described in its lack of description. But I just remembered what I was going to ask you. Sorry,
Yeah, please.
regarding universal consciousness for you, and then we can maybe bring Wildheart in. I was just asking. I was going to ask, how do you view the devil? Is that present in the way that you view things, and is that also the all and everything? And why is it in contrast to the positive forces within that unity? Sorry.
Yeah, that's a damn good question. Forgive my blaspheming. Yes, I've actually taken my favorite definition of the devil from the tarot, where it's a representation of temptation, and that temptation is a part of God, but it's what leads you astray from the way.
Okay, I like that. I mean, obviously, the devil does tempt in the scriptures also. Is there malevolent intention from that, or is this actually serving a positive purpose via the will of the unified all?
I suppose there has to be malevolent intention, but I imagine that in unification is somehow necessary. Essentially, if there was no temptation to stray from the path, we'd all be on the path already, and there'd be nothing to do here.
Yeah, but are we here by error, or are we here by design, as in the unified state? Do you think?
I'd ask you a question back. Are you in the ununified state?
I could answer that in two ways, but yeah, I wouldn't know. I'm gonna pass the panel on to these.
We've started the show with heady topics.
But I did appreciate that, man.
Hello.
Hi, Sean. Hi, Wildheart. Please do chime in.
Yeah, I think the scientists say that the Big Bang, but they don't know what happened before that, and they also think that it could be infinite, and that we mightn't have free will, and yeah, that's it. So it's chaos, all the science shit. I didn't do well in science. I wasn't very good at school. I studied horticulture and biology stuff, and I did a lot of beekeeping.
I'm glad you brought up the Big Bang though, there, Sean. Right, because even in mainstream science, the moment before the bang, the energy was all unified at the size of a pinpoint, but there was absolutely no distinction in that energy. It was all unified completely, and we are all now in this quotations ununified state, still that exact same unified energy. So it's almost as if, to me, mainstream science almost suggests universal consciousness, to be quite honest with you.
I love that fancy PGA. Just to chime in my thought on the Big Bang. Sorry, Arthur, just 2 seconds. I've heard it described as science says, give me one free miracle and I'll explain the rest. And that miracle is the Big Bang.
Yeah,
but I thought the Big Bang was more the expansion. So if the single point wasn't conscious in the first place, then even if that expands, it's still not going to be conscious, if you know what I mean.
And yet we're conscious.
Yeah, we are. But I mean, the universe itself wouldn't be conscious. Because we don't know what happened before the Planck time. So if the singularity wasn't conscious, which we don't know, then the expansion of the singularity wouldn't necessarily be conscious.
Yeah, but if we're going off your logic, if the universe is, if the initial energy was conscious, then we should expect consciousness in the universe. We do detect consciousness in the universe within ourselves, right? So either that's come from non-conscious matter somehow in a way that nobody can currently explain, or it is suggesting by your logic that maybe that unified energy was indeed conscious.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We don't know. It might have been conscious. It might not have been. Yeah.
So can I ask you guys, are you theist, atheist, agnostic, or any other definition you want to give yourself?
Agnostic atheist.
Yeah, I'm saying agnostic atheist.
Probably an agnostic theist.
I feel I'm coming more and more to just being a theist in myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on that
What type of
trajectory.
God? Which God now? There's loads of gods.
There's lots of descriptions of God. I'm not sure there's loads of gods.
Historically, there's like 7,000 gods that we believed in as humans, or more.
Yeah. Could you give some like properties of the God you believe in? Some like
No, because when you unify everything, it becomes propertyless.
but something without properties by definition doesn't exist. It must have some properties.
So perhaps that is the little point before the Big Bang.
But is that a property? I mean, is that a property? Like, does it have agency, for example? Is it a thinking agent?
Maybe the agency was to fracture itself into an expansion of disunification.
So,
Manchester for you, eh?
yeah. Good old Manchester police. Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult for me because I have lots of ideas, but I know that my ideas are just ideas. They're imaginings, they're beliefs, but there is a recognition in me that I've spent most of my life ignoring this recognition. And since I've stopped ignoring the recognition has become far more vivified, far more immediate and real in my life. And that's all I can definitively tell you from my experience. I can give you examples of how it's affected me or how things have played out. But to ascribe qualities to that, I do find very difficult.
Yeah. And I'm not trying to be argumentative or anything. I just don't understand how you can believe in something but not know what property it has. I don't know what you're believing in at that point. Do you know what I mean? And I don't mean that like nasty or anything.
No, sure. I appreciate it, Wildheart. I know you're being genuine, mate. To me, I hate to harp on Jack Talcott, but love is what it is. And I don't mean the love of another, the love of a thing, the love of coffee, the love of smoking cigarettes, or it's the embodiment of my loving. Where I've actually learned I can love basically everything, even the painful things I can love. And that's totally turned my worldview on its head.
That's agape love, right? I don't know if you've ever looked into the different ways that the ancient Greeks used to describe love. But whenever they talk about Jesus, it's always agape, which is meant to be the unconditional love that doesn't expect anything else in return. Love itself, basically.
I'm glad you said that, Fancy, because in my realization, I've realized that unconditional love doesn't exist. It's an illusion. If you've got conditions on it, it's not love. It's some sort of feeling. It's an emotional state, whereas love is a way.
Sorry, conditional love doesn't exist, did you mean to say?
Unconditional and conditional love don't exist, because all there is love. Oof. And it's whether you're being that or not. Everything else is an illusion of emotions.
Aren't you? You're just describing unconditional love, but saying that the word unconditional is unnecessary, right? Or it confuses things, basically.
Well, sorry to take up all the airtime, but it feels like I'm me being misdirected, where love has to have this feeling of something with it. If I don't have a certain emotional state with it, then it's not love, and I think that's the illusion.
Okay, I agree. And so yeah, just looking like Elvis there. Yes, Kenny, you're right, mate.
Yuzu, Kenny, Al, if you join us, I'll shut up.
I'm all good, son. Just going back home on the bus.
Just been a gig,
back to Memphis. Yeah, it was a sellout, of course. I don't mean that you're the nails for done some songs in this boozer. some of the old Sun Records hits. It was all very good.
Dude,
I'm not
you
gonna
could
start
be
singing now.
Elvis. You should be an
I'm not
Elvis
going to start singing now because there's other people on the bus, and I don't want to overpower them, you know.
I would love for you to
Yeah.
sing this song to the whole bus, please.
I'm brave, son, but not that brave. I don't know where to draw unwanted attention to myself, you know.
That's a shame. Bottled it, man.
Yeah, this makes me think about how egregores have power over people.
I'm happy just to listen in on you guys. So take it away, son.
Can I ask you why you think love is unconditional love is an illusion? Like, what's the crux? Like, what makes it an illusion?
What I realised, Al, is forgive me. I know you as Peter. Have you got anything you want me to refer to you as?
Oh, Peter is a name of action. It's a name I earned due to endurance. You can just call me Alexander if you want.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so basically I realised that I've been suffering illusion of thinking that love is an emotion. And it isn't. It's something I have to do. It's a doing in me rather than a feeling.
Okay.
So feelings of emotional connection, engagement, feelings of being cared for by somebody else, feelings of closeness and intimacy, they're all just emotions and sensations, and they're not love. But I've been thinking that they were love.
I truly know. Kenny, can you mute yourself? Because we can hear all the sounds of the engine and everything. No offense to you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do that, sure.
Yeah, when you talk, unmute yourself. That's what I'm asking. So, I truly believe unconditional love does exist. But more often than not, I can understand why you would think it's an illusion. There are many people who place conditions after the fact. They take it for granted, right? Like, for example, I'm loved by someone very dearly, and I care for her very much, and that's never going to change, right? This is the way I look at unconditional love. The baseline, that's the baseline. You build off of that. So some people think, oh, you're adding conditions, or no, it's a healthy relationship. If you want unconditional love to thrive, it's not that you put conditions, it's more that you put guardrails. Because certain people, sometimes they have a bit of baggage, and some behaviors they just do not tolerate. Like potentially they had an ex or a friend in their past who's no longer a friend that they once loved, and then narcissism came into the picture, and that narcissism ruined a beautiful connection. And they became very toxic. So it was obviously, when it comes to preserving unconditional love, I would think it's like a garden, right? You need to water it, tend to it. It's not something that can just, like agape love, that's the standard amongst people that it should be, right? That's what I think. Like common decency for human life. That's, you love fellow sentients enough to respect their privacy and their rights, right? That's just basic agape love. But when it comes to the unconditional love, from that growth, you can plant a seed, right? That's the way I look at it. It looks like conditions, but what it is partners, however the dynamic is, they're growing and tending their garden, right? You'll get beautiful flowers down the line. Sometimes the winter comes and it was a bad moment, right? And maybe we mistake conditions for... Maybe we mistake conditions of sorts of wanting to protect the unconditional love as opposed to otherwise. Because some people, they'll just love you because they look like something you like, right? That's conditional. But if somebody's not shallow, they'll look at who you really are through your soul, through your character. They'll examine when you're angry and when you're happy. But yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I've realised that that would not be love in my definition. That's attachment or something like that.
Well, and if I could ask sorry.
when you have a growing relationship, it is technically an attachment, but you're together, and then you grow together, right? That's how it works. And sometimes an individual may have had a past where somebody abused them, or another individual had, everybody has their past. We have things we don't like. Like, for example, if I had just started a relationship with a woman, I would let her know there's a couple things that I don't like that are big, huge, massive red flags, right? That's not conditional. That's self-respect, right? That's what I mean. It's
Or
really
love of
that
yourself.
battle. I wouldn't necessarily say love of yourself. Having self-respect is enough for me. But when it comes to having unconditional love and balancing that with self-respect, because some people, they'll love bomb you just to try to get into your privacy and take from you. See, it's not, and it looks like unconditional love. It's not. So there's also that as well.
Thank you. Yeah, very interesting. Just going to try and bring Yuzu in. He's not spoken yet. If you want to chime in with your thoughts, Yuzu, feel free. Or anybody else.
I was just going to ask like a side question. Can you like lose unconditional love? If you have unconditional love, could that ever change? I'm not sure myself. But I've not got a point or anything. It's just I'm just wondering.
No, that
If it's
question's good.
unconditional, yeah. If it's unconditional, then it could never change, could it?
In a possessive
Well,
or receiving.
say you started a relationship with somebody, however it goes, right? Whatever you swing. It's unconditional at first, right? If you assume letting the other person know that, oh, this is a red flag for me, that's not a condition. That's a, I respect you, please don't do this to me, right? Because if somebody respects you, they're not going to do something that disrespects you. So it's literally the unconditional love has to balance itself with the self-respect of both individuals. So if you have two individuals who respect each other very well, they will communicate about their red flags. If I'm with a girl and she doesn't like people who are overly religious and want to basically keep her like a slave, I'm not going to be overly religious with her. You know what I mean? Because if I actually care about her, I'm gonna respect that red flag.
Yeah, but see, I would class that as a condition. The condition is if you are overly religious, then I will no longer love you. To me, that's a condition. And again,
no, but
I'm not
the thing
trying
is,
to.
the other condition was forced on her because if you're trying to be regimental and trying to control her life, and it's not exactly to her belief, right? It's not. It goes both ways. It's not just one person putting conditions. You can't even look at it as conditions at that point.
Yeah, you could have conditions both ways, but I would still class that as a condition. If you do X, then I will no longer love you. To me, that's a condition.
I don't think that's how it works. I think if you tell somebody that you have a red flag and they actively choose to do that, they made a decision.
Yeah.
I suppose you could also part ways and still love the person.
Yeah,
that's what I mean, right?
Yeah.
But say because you've all had relationships, I assume. I'm sure you had a previous lover who did something you don't like, but you still love them, right? That's unconditional love. But maybe your self-respect was like, I need to keep going, you know?
Yeah, I get you know. Yeah. I think I was using it in a slightly different way, but yeah, I get what you mean.
Well, maybe I'm making the mistake of comparing conditions to the guardrails, because when you want to keep something safe and healthy, it's not that you want to restrict something, right? Like we don't put baby locks on kitchen stuff because we don't love our child. It's actually because we don't want them to get hurt and get something in the garbage, right?
You mentioned a garden earlier. There's a reason you put a fence around a garden. Same reason.
Well, that's the notion of paradise. Paradise literally means enclosure. So if your love, your union, is your paradise, you're going to do what you need to do to protect it. And you're also going to communicate with your partner and be like, hey, there's certain attitudes I don't like extreme narcissism, extreme controlling, abusive attitudes. stuff like that. Like I'm a laissez-faire guy. I let you do what you want to do. If you cheat on me, if you get narcissistic on me, if you get snarky on me and look down on me, I will walk away because my self-respect demands it.
Yeah. So I'm guessing you're not a Christian then, because when Christians say,
I'm actually a Nazarene, dude.
Yeah, no, it's just when Christians say God is love, the Bible describes love in one way, and it's the exact opposite of God. Like,
look, I'm not.
you know,
I'm not. I would never
no,
insult my Father in heaven. I'm just saying he
Yeah.
is capable of dark things. He is very capable of doing bad things to bad people.
Yeah, I'm not having to go at you, by the way. I'm just saying, like, when Christians say God is love, I don't understand it because the Bible gives a definition of God and it gives a definition of love, and they're complete opposite. Like, love is not jealous.
Look. When a father loves his children, he will do unimaginable terror to people who try to disturb them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
It's not about good and evil. People keep looking at this in a good and evil thing. Both good and evil come out of the mouth of the Lord, my friend. And a parent, if you're a parent, right? If somebody does something bad to your child, you might go do something to them, and guess what? They're gonna call you evil in their family. You're the villain in someone's story, dude. It's perception. That's why I don't go by good and evil notions.
Yeah, I was more talking like definitionally. You know what I mean? Like the definitions of love and God in the Bible are like polar opposites. They're incompatible. That's what I meant.
But keeping it to the unconditional love thing, just to segue back to the unconditional love thing, because I know some people are building opinions and like what they want to say too.
Yeah.
I think it's like that, right? Parents have unconditional love for their child. Sometimes they really don't, but sometimes they'll go out of their way to make sure they're protected and stuff. But people who get hurt by those protections, for example, if I have a paradise and it's my relationship with somebody, right? If somebody threatens that, I will be the bad guy to protect my unconditional love. It's not conditions. It's more structure, foundation. I'm not going to put limitations on people, but I will let them know what I don't like. That's about it, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I would disagree somewhat as well, Wildheart. I think the way Jesus is in the Bible as the Son, I think he's a very, very good representation of what's described as love in the Bible. I think you do have a valid point, probably pointing more towards the Old Testament, but I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't run with things like jealous in the way that God uses it. I think that's pointing at things beyond our interpretation of that word. And also we're discussing Hebrew and Greek translations. So the meaning of the initial Hebrew or Greek often gets lost in the English and we often misperceive what it's actually saying.
Yeah.
But I don't think God is unconditional. God is not unconditional. He sends you to hell if you don't believe in him. So that's not unconditional love. Nature isn't unconditional. The nature itself.
It never said that he sends you to hell if you don't believe in him. It doesn't say that.
You go there by rejecting him.
Jesus says that. Jesus says that.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he does. Look it up.
No, he did. No, he didn't. Stop putting words in my Father's mouth. Thank you.
Well, look it up yourself. I could do it, but okay, I'll do it.
We don't even need to debate over it. You do know that hellfire is reserved for people of the worst kind, specifically fallen angels and demons. The only humans you're going to find in hell are the people who committed slavery and violations and mutilations on the innocent, right? You're not going to find somebody who just doesn't believe randomly.
But the Bible condones slavery.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
Not the real, not the real one.
Yeah, Exodus 21. It says you can take slaves from the heathen around you. You can keep them for life. They are your property. I mean, that is slavery. It makes rules for slavery.
It's a covenant that's an old covenant that doesn't exist anymore.
I know,
you don't comprehend that, do you?
It did at one point. He did at one point, is what I'm saying. So God did at one point condone slavery.
Well, every single culture had slavery, dude. Every single one.
I know, but I'm
Bar
saying
all.
God's own laws condoned it. I'm not saying the culture. I'm saying God condoned slavery in the Bible.
Well, how about we figure out who wrote those passages? Who wrote Exodus?
Was it Moses?
That's what they say.
Yeah. But it was a
Right.
direct command from God, supposedly.
So, but the thing is, people think that God just stacks all these commands like into code and they all have to work together all at once. What if God chooses to reform? He can do that, right?
So you don't think he's unchanging?
No, I think he's ever changing. He will change if he needs to. God is not something you can put in a box. Now, a lot of people will say because of God, there's slavery. No, I think because of religious men who abuse God's good name as an excuse to commit slavery. That's why that exists. It's political. It was always political.
So you don't believe that the commandments that Moses got from God were actually from God?
Oh no, the Ten Commandments, that's from God.
No, I mean the slavery law.
That's not, none of the slavery laws are on the stones, right? They weren't on the Ten Commandment stones. Like we can literally live by the Ten Commandments right now and still have slavery outlawed. That's another thing.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the Ten Commandments. I'm saying, do you believe that the laws passed down through Moses were from God, the slavery commandments, not the Ten Commandments?
He is an inspired author from God. And to me personally, my personal gripe with Moses would be, one, you saved people from slavery. Why would you then commit slavery? So that's my own personal opinion. If God inspired Moses to want to write that in, and that's between him and Moses, and I guess I can have a debate with him later.
I just need to make an important point here as well. Is there's a discussion between the Pharisees and Jesus regarding divorce, right? And they say that, hey, Moses allowed for divorce. He allowed us to have a certificate. And Jesus responds by saying, out of the hardness of your heart, God allowed that. So it's not that he was actually approving of that. It's just people weren't ready for it. So I think you could probably apply that same concept to slavery and other things like that.
Well, that is actually very wise, good sir, because so out of the hardness of your heart, that was brought forth, right? That was the notion. So
yeah,
so there are, look, that's the thing, my friend. So Jesus came to change a lot of things, right? Don't you know that a lot of people complained about slavery to him? Don't you, like, literally people complained about how they were only worshiping at the temple, and God, like Jesus told them that, like, soon, like, you won't need the temple; it'll be everywhere, and you can pray everywhere, right? This notion of slavery, what a lot of people don't know is that the whole mission of Jesus, he told you this in simple Occam's razor terms: I come to remove the prince of this world, aka Satan, and he wants to free the captives. That's the whole point. It is like a Moses mission, but the notion that Moses, after he succeeded his mission, decided to allow slavery, yeah, he probably got hardened in his heart after everything he saw. Right? I'm not going to put that on God, because even Jesus was like, oh, your hardened heart's allowed this or that, right? So it's thinking he can't change or religion can't change is odd to me, because it was actually Christian movements in the modern Western Renaissance era who said slavery is bad. We need to fight slavery. Like most Western culture for human rights and egalitarianism has literally been fighting against this ever since. Because when empiricism was really fleshed out as a philosophy, others decided to debate against it, right? And the logical conclusion against empiricism is egalitarianism, right? So that out of the Renaissance that came forth, and then anti-slavery abolitionism. It was like a cascade, the domino effect. So the West, the Christian, Catholic, Protestant West, specifically waged war even on third world countries who still committed slavery, right? The Redcoats went to war with some of the sultans who didn't want to stop slavery. It was interesting, right? We had the technological advancements, and we were telling other people no more slavery, and they didn't like that. They really didn't like that, and it was done on the Christian notion, by the way.
But it goes both ways because a lot of the pro-slavery people were Christians as well, and they were using passages from the Bible to back up their views. So it wasn't as if all Christians were against slavery. It was pretty much a mix. You know what I mean?
There were some Christians in.
Sorry, I just
Sorry,
want to
I didn't
make
mean
a quick point.
Go ahead.
It's very quick. I was just going to say, weren't the pro-Christians, the pro-slavery Christians, when they were providing the Bibles to the slaves, weren't they specifically omitting certain passages? Isn't that? I'm pretty sure I've heard that. Right?
See, I was actually about to get to that. That we have a political. See, it's political. We always have these factions using religion as like a weapon. So a good movie, right? You know Zorro. So Zorro is a devout Catholic, right? He's a devout Catholic Californian Mexican. But he's fighting a crazy enraged Christian who wants to commit murder and slavery and all sorts of things. So that's a political form of religion versus an actual honest form of religion. It's always the case. So when these plantation owners gave Bibles without the full picture to slaves, yeah, that was wrong. That was a political situation. Same thing back in Rome, like way back in the day. It was always political. That's what I'm trying to say. We can't blame God for the political decisions that men around tables decided. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, my point is the fact that they are omitting those passages suggests that they believe that the Bible actually teaches the opposite of slavery by omitting those when they provide the Bible to the slaves. I don't think those pro-slavery Christians should be considered the standard. Sorry, go on.
Well, there were pro-slavery Christians who did use the Bible as an excuse for slavery. Let's not mince words on this. There's also radical Islamic factions and even radical Jewish factions who do use Abrahamicism. I'll just a massive umbrella term, right? As an excuse for their political agendas, their financial gain and stuff like that. And I promise you, from what I know spiritually, they get punished worse than even the LGBT do. No, seriously, the outcasts, the LGBT, the people who have been last in this world, they have more odds of sitting with Jesus than they do of all these people abusing the Bible to commit atrocity. I'm just letting you know. Like, it's just, some people really think that being a Puritan and putting people down using God to do so is it's kind of fucked up, man. You got people who only hate God because of religious maniacs, and I think that's a shame.
Yeah, I agree.
Just jump in and see if Yuzu or Sean want to contribute anything. Yuzu's been here a little while and typing in the chat but not speaking. Do feel free to chime in, Yuzu.
Yeah, I guess he's not. I'll say something. Yeah, I looked up what Jesus said about not believing, and there is a few verses that he does kind of imply that if you don't believe in him, you're not going to heaven, so you're going to hell. So there you go.
Oh, he definitely says that. Yeah, 100%.
So I'm going to hell according to Christians. Great. Isn't that great? That's not unconditional love. That's not unconditional love. So nature does not have unconditional love, and religion does not have unconditional love. I don't know any religion that has unconditional beliefs. Is there such a thing? Probably are.
Just accept Jesus when you die. You don't go to hell. Because Jesus is love itself, so you'd be rejecting love itself, and thus you would have made your own decision.
Look, I think people hoist a lot of expectations and their own ideologies on other people, especially God. God would be the number one people most people hoist their ideologies on for validation, right? So that Christian, he gets a bit of validation and feeling superior, thinking you're going to hell because you don't believe, right? That's self-serving. That's self-righteousness that I think my father hates. Just letting you know.
Yeah, so dirty admin life. I don't understand your belief of an unconditional God that's all loving, and you don't know what it's about. You're a deist. That is, you're not a Christian, though.
Yeah, I've been telling people I'm not religious, but I'm also not an atheist. So
You're like agnostic.
no, I'm not agnostic. If anything, I'd say I'm Gnostic. um, yes, but I don't strictly follow any particular doctrine that I've come across. I see a very sort of holographic overlap of all of these teachings from thousands of years ago from all over the planet that all seem to say the same thing in different ways.
They're all interconnected. They're all interconnected. Once people figure out that it's universal, that every path eventually gets you there. Like you're gonna meet Jesus on your path. Maybe you didn't start with Jesus, but that's one thing. You're gonna end up meeting him. But every path up the mountain, just like you mentioned, you're going to find similarities in teaching, philosophies, stories. You're gonna see patterns everywhere. And then you can see the tapestry of humanity, every weave, every puzzle piece. It's actually very beautiful. And some people want to regulate religion and God to just one religion, one belief system, one thing. I don't want to put
Who's
God
right?
in a box. Exactly. So some people are saying who's right, right? And if it all goes back to source, why are we arguing with each other, right? Say it's because there's a lot of people who go to war over religion and stuff, right? It's all like the political aspect of lower thinking.
Have you read much of Carl's work, Dirty Admin, Crazy Gurus, Gnostic things he's been writing? Have you had a look at any of that?
Yeah, quite a lot actually. Yeah, I'm not very far through his book that he gave me yet, but yeah, I have been. Yeah, I think Carl's work is really good. I find it hard to comprehend at some level.
Yeah,
but it does.
It feels like there's something there, but I can't. It's also
can't place it.
Process. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I do appreciate his work.
Yeah, likewise.
London looks pretty nice.
It was nice 90 years ago.
Yeah, no, I hate being in London these days. Whenever I'm there, I'm just can't wait to get out of it.
I wish you British people could have your free speech and say what the fuck you want.
Sorry, you broke up a bit there at the end. Did you repeat the last bit?
I wish you British people could have your free speech and say whatever the fuck you want. Because some people need to be speaking up. Because the events of what's been happening recently, people predicted it. I saw it coming. I understood Islamic history, Crusade history. I saw the conditions we were going through since the 2010s. I saw it coming. If you think there's no gigantic civil war between Europeans and Muslims in Europe, if you think that won't happen, you're sadly ignorant. They won't stop.
Was it orchestrated though? That's the question. Because I feel exactly the same.
It was. I followed the money. People have done the investigation. There's a whole system of networks that have researched all this, my guy. Let's just say some Zionist hands funded certain refugee companies, and they've been funneling them to the West for a long time. And but they were also, their agenda was pushing towards the wars in the Middle East, right? Because they want their greater Israel project. Let's not mince words on that. That's the truth. They've been trying to use the coalition, NATO, all that. They've been trying to basically attack all the neighbors of a certain country in that region, and now that whole region is destabilized. And the thing is, they look down on white people. They hate all white people, even if they're part of the alliance back in World War II. That they feel that way. They really don't care about our demographic. They laugh about it openly. There's video about it. You don't have to take my word for it. You can go check. It's not even anti-Semitism or Islamophobia right now. We're seeing different groups of people coordinate on a massive multi-propaganda level in every way. Ever since I was a child, I was told to hate myself because I'm white, right? That was my experience in 2004. I was 9 years old, and it was quite interesting growing up under a system where basically all the millennials and Gen Z were told to hate themselves because they're white. Gen X and boomers still think that we're living in the 80s. They're like stuck in an illusion that's still going to their 9 to 5. And they're trying to convince us to stay in the illusion. But at the same time, they're also telling us multiculturalism good. And I'm like, dude, I'm not racist or anything. But there are people excessively racist to my people. And I'm an Acadian, right? I know what the Redcoats did to my people back in the day. They took us on the boats. They genocided my people utterly in 1755. I haven't had a country technically since then. And so that's almost 500, like what, near 300 years, something like that. So I don't even blame the British today. You got a lot of people who blame white people for what happened in history, right? I don't blame the British for what happened to my people back in the day, right? I'm also Irish. I don't even hate the British for what's happening. But you have some people using that as an excuse, and I think that's facetious. It's so toxic. I've noticed that many different groups politically, they went from being for equality, women's rights, human rights to, oh, hate white people. It was so quick. The change happened so quick that it became ridiculous. And even the feminist movement, the LGBT movement, and even the minorities movements, they all had one thing in common. They hate white straight men. That was their glue. And their policies have been leading to what's been happening. They've been dominating the liberal philosophy for a long time. And you have people committing human rights violations now because they think, oh, white people are bad. And it's actually really disgusting. You have a whole generation of young men and women who have been talked down upon, and their whole government betrayed them. And with the inquiry report just adding on to the situation, and then all like the people who really did their research, they know that all the NGOs to basically fund mass migration to in effect cause demographic collapse, it's all funded by a specific group of people. And then people get scared because when they find out that that group of people is funding that, some people might get radical. And that's what the government's more so afraid of, logically, because they're not really afraid of Muslims. They know what Muslims can do. They're more afraid of white people when they find out how bad it was. Okay? They had schools letting grown men go in from third world countries. Little elementary schools. This happened again and again and again. Nobody wants to talk about it. Media doesn't want to talk about it. You know why? They're all owned by certain intelligence agencies who are compromised by certain death cults. Okay? There's a colonel in the United States. He was in the Pentagon. He spoke against a corrupt death cult that was hijacking the United States. It's the same death cult that's been funding the mass migration, all the wars in the Middle East. You know what they did to that colonel? They fired him. They didn't care about his national security assessment. They didn't care. So it's not even just civilians and anons online talking about this. We got veterans being put in prison or being removed because they're speaking up. We're occupied. The West is occupied territory right now. And anybody who can't game theory or figure that out for themselves, that's the situation on the board right now. If anybody cares about human rights and free speech, no matter what color you are, no matter what religion you are, you want the West to survive. Because the other options are communist totalitarianism or Islamic fascism, right? For one, I want a future for my children that has human rights.
What about Christian fascism, Christian totalitarianism, Christian dictatorships?
To be honest, the future is crusaders holding off the line. So I'm not going to be insulting them. Like if you think the Islamics are going to stop, I'm not even being racist about this. I know my history. If you think they're going to stop, you're wrong. If you don't have a system, they They believe they can only go to heaven if they pass away in battle. That's why they do their blow up stuff, right? That's their psychology. So, okay, if we have a Western people that is secular, on the battlefield, secular people will retreat every day when fighting a radical force. They don't have the willpower. So, in effect, the Catholic crusaders who would defend people, not attack, but defend the innocent people, that makes more sense because the whole reason the Crusades actually began, good sir, España was genocided. France was being raided by the South, by the Muslim pirates. Over 1 million white women were forced into slavery in the Arab slave trade for years. It was the cause of the Dark Age. The Dark Age economic collapse in Europe, when Rome kind of fell, the Byzantine Empire fell, Muslims started raiding all over the Mediterranean. That's what caused the Dark Age. Because the trade lines between Egypt and Rome were severed.
There's also a Black Death that caused the...
Yes.
And
Christianity that came through the Silk Road.
Christianity also stopped the ancient Greek stuff, so the Christians didn't really want the science and stuff to come out.
That's not true. The whole word science is a Christian word. Every monastery was a research station. You know that, right? It was a university. Every university is predicated on the old system of Catholic school systems. The monks were reading. Most people forgot how to read because of the Dark Age, dude. They were too concerned with defending their own lives. So the people who actually retained education, you know how the Renaissance came about, right? Charlemagne did a policy back in the Dark Age. Okay, he's the grandson of Charles Martel, who fought back the Islamic hordes and pushed them back down to Spain. Okay, Charlemagne went towards the monks and monasteries. He started to learn how to read. He was one of the first kings in Europe for a long time, ever since the ancient Romans, to begin to read and be into that. So you can't just say, "Mo Christians did that," right? It was actually Christians who began the notion, like you know how you treat science, the scientific method? A friar monk came up with that, dude. A Catholic did. That's what I'm trying to say. You have all these different people who preserve knowledges, specifically Christian monks, because they love the truth, because God is the truth, right? So they kept all the knowledge in their monasteries. It's not that they didn't want to share it. It was a Dark Age, dude. Dude, there are Buddhist monasteries like in Nepal. They had libraries, right? They still have a library right now where they're unloading almost like 8,000 metric tons of scrolls of history. It's a whole bunch of knowledge we don't even know about yet. And it's like a Library of Alexandria that they found in Nepal, right? And it's like that, dude. You had Buddhist cultures, so it's not just Christians, dude. This old notion, like the Library of Alexandria, going all the way to Alexander the Great, preserving knowledge, making sure people could have, Gnosis, was important to everybody. And in the Dark Age, people were tearing each other apart. Most people were either farming or working class or a warrior, and only certain people were learning. But by the Dark Age to Charlemagne started reading. He was one of the first European kings to get back into reading during the Dark Age. That spiraled into the Renaissance, into the future. That's why he's the father of Europe. So everything you know as a progressive liberal, a secularist, comes from a foundation all the way from Dark Age Europe, from a man who decided to, hey, we need to have education for the people. I want to be educated. I want to know more. Like we need to like learn how to read, stuff like that, because it wasn't common. Like in the 1500s, 1 in 10 could read. 1800s, 8 in 10 could read. It just kept going. And Charlemagne was all the way like even before the thousands, like way back, like even 8th century, around that area. So it just kept growing and growing and growing. And like this notion that secularists want to point the finger to the Christians, be like, you're bad, 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 bad. Like the Muslims literally burned some of those ancient Buddhist libraries. You want an example of a conquered land? Afghanistan. That used to be a land full of Buddhist libraries. And I know it. Alexander the Great went there. There were so many Buddhist libraries. There was a whole culture of Buddhists gathering knowledge to themselves. You know why a sultan burned down a whole library? He asked the monk, "Why isn't the Quran in your library?" The Buddhist monk. He's not even white. Okay, he's Asian. He told him, "We do not keep books that preach war." And it specifically says to conquer the world. That's their final commandment in Islam. Whether you like it or not, whether you're progressive or not, whether I'm Christian or not, their commandment is to take over the world. You know, in World War II, how the Nazis, the notion was they were going to take over the world? Imagine that, but it's a Muslim banner. That's what they want to do. And you need to get that through your head, whether I like it or you like it.
Hitler wanted Christian. He would rather be Muslim than Christian because he thought the Christians were more.
Yes, yeah. Most people don't know that. I'm surprised you know that. A lot of people actually don't know that he was an Islamophile.
What was the reason for that? Sorry, you just cut him off. I wanted to hear that.
Most people have no idea that Hitler was an Islamophile. Like I'm actually surprised that he knows about that. Like anyway, let's not just about Christian or Muslim, dude. It's fascism from either direction. I will not tolerate. That's my position.
Yeah. So sorry, Sean. What was the why did Hitler distinguish between those two? Sorry.
Because I think he read Nietzsche, and Nietzsche didn't like Christianity, and he admired the discipline in Islam, the fighting spirit of Muslims, and he thought that if Europe was Muslim, it would be better than it is now. I think that's what he said. But he was still a Christian.
I mean, I don't think he was a Christian personally, but
well, he wasn't an atheist. He was a deist, but I think he was a type of Christian. I forgot.
He was an occultist. He was an occultist.
I mean, there's no
the Thule Society, that started the National Socialist Workers' Party. Yes, I said it correctly. I have some German ancestry. Thank you. That situation that comes from the Thule Society. The Thule Society is a more Eurocentric, Norse, Germanic, Masonic system. They broke away. Did you know? And I don't like this about the Nazis, by the way. They started hunting down Masonic lodges everywhere back in World War II. They went after other mystery schools. It wasn't even just Masons. They went after Illuminati. They went after Thelema. They went after anybody, like Golden Dawn, everything. So all the mystery schools, they were being attacked. But the thing is, the Thule Society was one of them. But it created the Nazi party down the line.
I heard Helena Blavatsky influenced the Thule Society. And she's another cult leader.
Helena Blavatsky has some wisdom, make no mistake about that. But some people, they do dark things. Not everybody. Some people are capable of good and evil. Let's just say that.
Afternoon, Raz. Feel free to
Hey,
chime
how's
in.
it going, guys? Yeah, been some time, man. Just join, yeah.
If you look at the era of Napoleon, right? So you know how the Thule Society influenced the Nazi Party, right? Because it was a Thule Society member who actually philosophically groomed Hitler to be part of like that situation. And basically in France, it was the Masonic Memphis. They came later after Napoleon. They were heavily inspired by Napoleon, the Memphis, right? But there was a pyramid Masonic type secret society in the days of Napoleon. This was a fact, right? And they had an issue with the Jesuits because the Jesuits and the Masons were not very, very close sometimes. Let's just say that. And both sides were at each other's throats. And the monarchies, the Catholic monarchies, absolutely despised a Republican France that became an empire, right? They saw a peasant man, a low-standing man, even if he was part of some nobility. They saw him rise, and they're like, "Oh shit!" And then the banks, they saw him create his own banknote, usury-free. That scared the shit out of them.
Really?
Why is it whenever I join this chat that there's always this talk about? I just find it so weird that people always fixate on this whole Muslim thing. Like I heard, what's his name? What's his name now? Al. Why is it a big thing?
The Inquiry report.
Oh, here we go.
Don't tell me you think that's propaganda.
Of course, it's propaganda. Because I guess what? Unlike you guys, I actually looked
Okay,
into it
I can't.
myself.
Everything you say from
Don't
now on,
interrupt
I
me.
no,
Don't
no,
interrupt me, man.
I will
Shut the
not
fuck
listen to
up,
you,
bro.
bro.
No. This guy is a hypocrite. You constantly tell other panel members don't interrupt you, then you interrupt me. You don't know shit about this country. You're an American,
Mate, I
saying you're
will
fucking lame.
interrupt you when you are
Yeah.
psychotically ignoring the rape of so many children and women.
Okay, so tell me something. Out of those 250,000 cases, where's the evidence that they're all factually reported cases that are under investigation and that it's not just hearsay? Because from what I've gathered, 250,000 is not the correct number. That's an exaggeration.
In
Yes, it is.
Rotherham, it's 1 million.
Where's your statistics?
No, it can't be a
actually-
million.
Don't you know about the Rotherham situation? This is literally an ongoing system where anonymous networks have been watching this situation since 2001, bro. You want to tell me this shit's not happening?
Show me fucking data, you nutcase, because you're the same guy that tells people that I was fucking Marcus Aurelius in a previous life. Everything you say
Because
has
I
zero
was,
fucking
asshole.
Yeah, so you have zero credibility. You're a fucking hyper narcissistic, delusional cunt. That's what you are.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I don't need your validation. I never did. That's your problem.
Nobody. Oh, I wouldn't want to give you my validation, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? All I'm
Bro,
asking
you think the
guys,
freaking rape inquiry is propaganda. Everything you say from now is insanity.
So there is an element of truth that there has been an epidemic of grooming. Now, when I looked into Rupert Lowe's private inquiry, I actually checked because I went through the figures of the stated 250,000. How many of them are actually confirmed cases? And majority of them were not confirmed cases. It's just a collation of people saying, well, oh, so-and-so had this problem, so-and-so and that problem. The number of actual cases in investigation is way lower. It's far-right propaganda, bro. I challenge you. I challenge you to bring me evidence.
Dude,
and
they
I'll
have
believe you,
the
and I'll be on
data
your
in
side.
the inquiry report where all the confirmed cases are.
What do you mean?
It's
confirmed?
in there.
So, confirmed cases,
I know
so
you
it's in the
didn't read
police
it
files,
because you're
yeah?
talking about confirmed data. I know you didn't read the inquiry report. You're just going along with the new PR propaganda from the fucking Ummah saying this didn't happen. Okay, you're literally a talking piece for their propaganda, man. You're the one spinning propaganda. It's a whole PR piece right now.
That right-wing propaganda, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm just going to mute you guys just to ask you to try and keep it cordial. I know it's a heated subject, but let's not just yell at each other if we can. Thank you.
Let me jump in here. Can I jump in just now? Dirty Lowlife. Dirty Lowlife, can I jump in? Yeah? I just want to say, Ra's al Ghul, you always get triggered every time somebody talks about either Islamic grooming gangs or black crime violence. I'm British. I live in London. I've studied, not the report itself, but I've been studying the story of the grooming gangs. I've listened to loads of different sources. Now, they are currently investigating a backlog going back fucking decades. And over the last few months, you've had
90
Pakistani
years.
Muslim
They figured out it's 90 years by now, Kenny.
Pakistani Muslim rape gangs getting jailed for a total of fucking. There was one recently where they got jailed for a total of 135 years. That was from Yorkshire, I think it was. This happens every couple of months. In the headline, it says child sex abuser gang or grooming gang jailed for over 100 years in total. These backlogs are catching up. Now, it's hard to know exactly how many of these cases are definitely confirmed because the police have been covering it up and turning a blind eye. The reason they've been doing that is because of people like you who are too quick to call people far right and racist and ethno-nationalists and white supremacists. Right, fine. You're entitled to your opinion, but it's not helping the victims. It's not helping the discourse. It's not helping what should be our collective pursuit to find out the truth. That's what I want to say just now.
Can I mention as to why I got so angry? And it's nothing personal with you, Ra's al Ghul. It's that you literally repeated word for word the current propaganda damage control PR line most Muslims are talking about online. They're literally saying, oh, it's fake. It's fake. It's fake news. It's fake news. So you literally word for word repeated the propaganda PR stunt of what most Muslims are talking about right now. They're like, no, it's not real. That's what they're saying. You think we're not watching your networks everywhere? We see you. We got fucking people everywhere. You got Antifa fucking hating this situation. You got Nazis who you actually hate are watching this situation. You have people from different factions who normally hate each other looking at how women's rights are being battered everywhere. Hiding behind this PR stunt, being like, oh, it's not true. It's fake news. That absolutely does nothing for the victims, just like Kenny said. Okay? Like, the government is covering up some of this. Imagine a child, okay, finding out that the government is covering up what happened to them and letting their abuser go. The original definition, dictionary definition of terrorism before the war on terror is when the government abuses its power to terrorize you, an individual citizen. This is why republics became favorable in the Renaissance era, because monarchist assholes kept covering up their crimes and abusing citizens. Okay? That's another thing. That's a whole Republican reason why that exists. Okay? But this situation where the individual human rights of these women, okay, it's not just white girls. Let me remind you. You don't need to accuse me of being a white supremacist about this and being like, oh, it's just white girls. No, let's talk about Nigeria. Let's talk about all the girls in Somalia.
You talk too much. Let me reply to Kenny. That's what I want to do. Kenny made a statement.
No. How about I'm getting to a good point. Let's talk about the black girls Islam have enslaved. What about them? You don't give a fuck about them in Africa. You don't give a shit about those little black boys that Boko Haram enslaves into their armies. You don't care. Let me guess. Your background is Islamic, isn't it?
No, it's not, dumb fuck. I'm actually mixed race. See, this is what I mean. You have no credibility. You don't know what you're talking about. You're a stereotypical American who's uneducated.
I'm not American.
And is so biased.
I'm not American.
You're a Canadian. Even fucking worse, bro. You're a Canadian. Even fucking worse, bro. Even fucking worse. So anyway, let me reply to Kenny. Kenny says I get triggered. Kenny says I get triggered. Shut the fuck up. A guy called me the N-word the other day.
Mate, you do get triggered. You don't even want to talk about how in Africa they do the same thing to black girls.
So let me talk. Shut the fuck up, bro. For 1 second. This guy, first of all, yeah, let me reply to Kenny. Let me give my rebuttal. Kenny, you say I get triggered whenever certain things are brought up. The reason I get triggered is when people peddle misinformation. Yes, anybody who's been listening to the show clearly heard me say there has been an epidemic of grooming gangs. But what I don't like is when people start throwing out figures they haven't actually checked and confirmed that 250,000 cases are ongoing being investigated and are actually there, rather than just listening to some fucking far-right politician, Rupert Lowe, because he did a private inquiry and he's peddling a narrative because he wants to get into the seat of political power. Oh, he's not far-right, so restore Britain, total remigration.
Dude, they are like moderate right-wing, dude. They're not even far-right at all.
You're a closet neo-Nazi, so anything not ethnically cleansing the whole country is moderate for you, right?
You just called me a neo-Nazi? Guess the fuck what?
Mate. You're not British, bro.
I'm Jewish, language,
fucking
idiot.
You're Jewish and you're Germanic and you're everything. So convenient, mister. You happen to know Donald Trump, and you as Marcus Aurelius in a previous life. You have no credibility. You're a fucking delusional self, bro. Like you are an absolute joke. Even Earth Dogs destroyed you, bro, on this fucking panel. So I don't even need to
destroy anything.
Raz.
Yes, he did.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Raz, let's just say though that it's 10% of that figure, right? That's still horrific. So it almost seems like a argument from your perspective. What I would also say is that this is something you can actually track in the theology, right? Because in the strong hadith that have been accepted throughout history, Muhammad does indeed marry a 6-year-old and then consummate the marriage when she was 9. And the Quran does also tell Muslims to follow the conduct of Muhammad's life, right? So you could easily build a theological basis that's going to happen more often within this religious community. I do think you make a good point. I think the 250,000 it may not be that, but even if it's 10% of that, it's horrific, isn't it?
So exactly.
We have historical records from conquered countries.
Why does this guy butt in? He pisses me off so much. Let us have proper discourse.
You piss yourself
to that gentleman, yeah? To reply to that gentleman, I used the English word epidemic. So anybody who's educated and understands that word understands my sentiment towards the situation. However, I do disagree with the latter part of what you said, because these things are only happening in certain cultural communities. So again, I'm not a Muslim, I'm not Islamic, so I'm not like a Muslim apologist saying that I've criticized the religion myself. We've had many guys come on and I've questioned them about it. But what I don't like is this whole thing, they're starting with Islam, then they're going to come for the black people. Then they started talking about Sikh people. It's basically this whole far right whole thing of generalizing everything into a monolith.
Raz,
so if it,
the black people
so wait,
the black people are coming. The black people are coming for themselves. The black people are coming for themselves. The black people are coming for themselves.
Let me finish.
The black people are coming for themselves. The black people are coming.
Guy. So let me reply to the guy fully. Let me finish my point, and I won't interrupt you.
You keep screaming. Go ahead.
If it was an exclusively an Islamic problem, then we would see Nigerian Muslims doing the same thing. We would see white Muslims do. They're not. Shut the fuck up. We've seen certain cultural communities. Oh, look at this guy, bro. He doesn't know what he's talking about, bro. Shut.
I'm going to mute you.
Go research Nigeria. That's all I'll say. I'll stay calm. Go research Nigeria. I'll stay calm.
Can I just make a quick clarification as well? When I just said what I just said there, I wasn't saying that means that all Muslims should do that, right? I was just stating that Muslims can more easily justify that behavior if they want to do that behavior. That's all I was saying. Yeah.
Okay, the black community has its own internal problems. The highest amount of homicides in both here in the UK and in America is black on black homicide.
The United States president and his Epstein crew were involved in the biggest grooming scandal.
Raz, you're the one bitching about interruptions, but you keep interrupting. Okay?
Okay. The highest amount of homicides, murder rates, both here in London and in America, is black on black homicide. It's not the whites coming for the blacks. The blacks are coming for each other. They bring each other down the most. They stab each other for going into the wrong postcode. They are 13% of the population here in London, and they're over 50% of violent crime statistics. You don't need the white man to demonize them. Those statistics are self-demonizing.
So what does that have to do with child grooming, you dickhead? Why are you creating a red herring? Provide some research notes for you?
You were talking about it because you said they're going to. You were talking about it because you said they're going to come after the blacks next. That's what I was addressing.
Well, no, they've always been after the blacks and the other communities, but right now the far right is focused on Islam because they're the most visible. Listen, I heard Al say the Muslims are going to take over. This dumb motherfucker doesn't realize that Muslims are only 5 to 6% of the UK. So how could they possibly take over, you stupid retard? Use your fucking brain and look at statistics.
I'll tell you how, Raz.
That's misconstrued.
I'll tell you how, Raz. The Muslim community has doubled in this country since 2006. White British people are barely having children, and Muslim people have children at 4 or 5 times.
So whose fault is that, though? See, this is what I mean, Fantasy. I'm sorry to say this. I need to be frank. Why does the white? Why do the ethnic? So why do non-whites have to pick up the blame because white people don't want to have kids? Do you see what I'm saying? This is what we have to deal with.
Yeah, but I did mention ethnicity there, but my issue isn't ethnicity. I'm not racist at all. I don't care what your race is. My issue is with the ideology of Islam. That's my issue because it will take over this country if the trajectory continues that it's on. In my opinion,
if they can,
I live in a Muslim predominant neighborhood myself, which wasn't that case a decade or two ago, mate. So.
Yeah, but
I've seen whole neighborhoods go from being white to Muslim in the last 20 years.
And I've seen the whole of Native American neighborhoods go from being Native American to being white. I've seen the whole of fucking New Zealand.
Dude, I am part Native American, okay?
I've seen the whole of Canada turn from non-white to white. So what's your point then? So what's your fucking point?
Can I just make a point? I've just Googled it. Apparently it's only 6% of the UK population what is Muslim. I think it might be being blown up over, what's necessary. 6% of the UK population.
And not only that, how could they change the British Constitution? How? How could they change the uncodified constitution of this country? This is what I'm
Because
saying. You
Muslims
guys
are
are
so
calling.
unified that they're going to be the target for politicians to pander towards because they've
Look, I can't argue with Raz Al Ghul because he hasn't done the
game.
game theory. He doesn't comprehend, guys. He doesn't know the demographic bomb collapse. He doesn't know any of the math. He hasn't done the research in Nigeria. He hasn't done the research in America, Canada, UK, France, Britain, Sweden. He hasn't done his homework. But because
I'm
he's
just gonna
light-skinned,
interject
he
a
feels a
moment.
certain way about it, about the far right.
I'm just going to
Yes, I
interject a
do,
moment.
because we have
Forgive
history
me,
with these
but I'm going to
motherfuckers.
interject a moment and mute you all once more. I know this is a very sensitive subject. Can we please just take a breath a moment and try to contain the emotions within and have a conversation? I know it's very sensitive.
I'd like to
I
not
ask
be
sincerely.
derogated, by the way.
Bro, I just laugh when certain white people say like we're being replaced. Like you guys occupy countries that are not your ethnic
Why is
homeland.
that something
We had the
laughable,
Dutchman. We had the Dutchman on here talking about, oh, he wants everybody to leave Europe. Get the fucking Boers out of South Africa. Get the new Kiwi fake guys out of New Zealand. Get the fucking Aussies back to England. Get the white Anglo-Saxon Protestants out of America. Give it back to the natives and the
That's the
African
thing.
Americans.
You're a radical left-wing anti-colonialist. That's why you talk the way you do.
No, so I'm just inverting your argument and showing you how fucking ridiculous it sounds. That's all I'm doing.
Mate, you don't understand the replacement theory. You can't even debate on it. That's the problem. You don't know the math.
Replacement? How is that replacement? Go on, tell me.
Okay, so
Can I
demographic
just throw a stat out for
collapse.
you?
You go ahead. I'm gonna let you explain that.
No, let me just quickly throw a stat out, just very quickly, because I only found this out recently and I verified it as an official statistic, is that 1 in 4 schools in Britain, white British people, are now an ethnic minority. So that's a quarter of the schools in the country.
So when you say that, Fantasy, am I supposed to like take the blame for that because I'm
not
not
blaming
white,
anyone,
like-
mate. You're the one that's saying that there's no replacement.
Raza,
occurring. So I'm
you
suggesting a
mistake
statistic
thinking
might
No, but that's
apply
not
to
replacement though.
history.
That just shows that within the shut up, Al. I'm talking to Fantasy. I'm giving my rebuttal here. I'm just saying to Fantasy that shows that there's a problem. Why in the native English community, I guess you're referring to them, why are they not having children amongst themselves? That is a valid thing, and we can talk about that. But when certain
probably
people
because of
throw
housing
out that
prices and
blanket
all the inputs,
statement,
mate.
it's like, what do you want me to say to that? Oh, I'm so sorry. Like, it's not my fault. I didn't cause them to not have children. A lot of these people.
I ain't blaming you for nothing, mate. Honestly, I ain't blaming
Yeah,
you. And
why-
I actually respect
can
you
I
for
ask a
having this
question?
opinion because you are probably doing this out of the goodness of your heart because you're seeing a community that's being vilified and you don't want that to happen. So I actually appreciate you, brother. I ain't
Yeah,
blaming
because
you.
that happened to us, and it still happens to us. Like I can be in the military. I can do so many things, yeah, and people will still say, "Oh, you're not British. You're not this. You're not that." So obviously, yeah, it hits home. for
Russ,
us. It
nobody
doesn't
says
hit-
you're no British. Nobody says you're
Oh,
no
you
British,
don't.
mate.
You don't. But people like Tommy Robinson and that his supporters that
No,
go
no,
out
No,
and
no.
see.
I'm
Tommy
hearing
Robinson.
a man
Tommy Robinson's
personally
got
Oh,
black
okay.
self-deprecating
friends.
himself. So pathetic.
Huh?
Tommy Robinson's got black friends. Tommy Robinson
Oh,
had a black choir group singing at the fucking United Kingdom rally. I was there. I seen
He's
them.
got Jewish friends, for fuck's sake.
Check the videos on YouTube. He's got Muslim friends.
Yeah, he was just
yeah, he's
defending
also
the
got friends that went out and gang raped to Sikh women. Yeah, he's also got friends who
Raza
did
Ghul,
that as well.
can I say this without you insulting me? It's not
say what you
just
wanna
white
say,
people
bro.
complain. Yeah, I don't need you being derogatory towards me. We don't need to argue this way. Okay, so I'm just going to say this, and it's no offense to you, bro. There are light-skinned people on this side of the aisle, if you want to look at it that way. There are Muslim people who do not like how these people make Muslims look bad. There are people of different cultures all being like, yo, this is a human rights problem. And it's not just white girls in the UK or Europe, bro. This is happening in Nigeria, in South Africa. Specifically, Nigerian drug lords are targeting white South Africans specifically. And why is the replacement thing happening? It's not because of white people. You can't just blame them for that. They're being priced out by a government that's sold out. They're making the immigration money-making machine is so high. You know how much money they're making off of that? It's insane. It's about money, dude. You keep thinking it's racism. You keep thinking white people blame you because you're light-skinned. That's not true. Why the fuck should I blame you when it's a government of, guess what? Traitorous white people who betrayed other white people. So it's not just that. You have people of different cultures, even the Taliban. Lord Miles, I think, on Twitter, he asked the Taliban guy, he interviewed him, what would you do to these Pakistani grooming gangs? The Taliban guy said, we punish them 24/7 on TV, live TV, so everybody can see them. So the Taliban solution is literally punishing these guys because they're making Islam look real fucking bad. I can agree to that. But the thing is, this boogeyman where you think it's the right wing, that's the problem. Dude, every white boy has been told to hate themselves, look down on themselves. And every white girl has been told to be a little whore. That's what you don't understand. It's
Taliban are hypocrites because the Taliban rape fucking young boys and have underage homosexual parties.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Those guys are criticizing the Paki gangs. That's what I'm trying to say. Those guys are even criticizing the Paki gangs.
Racism comes out. Why are you calling them the P word for? You see, this is what I'm saying. You trying to tell me you're not racist.
But you're afraid of the word Paki? They call themselves Paki for fuck's sake. We're like, what, you want to call me?
But that's a derogatory term. That's a fucking derogatory term. What the fuck are you
I don't care. I don't care about derogatory terms. You want to argue about words when children are getting hurt, bro. That's your problem.
Oh, here we go. Obfuscation. See, this is what I mean, man. It's hard to get through to some of you guys, man, that have these views because you're just so set on certain things and you're not seeing the bigger picture. You're talking about this whole thing about, white people are getting replaced and white people are basically declining and all this and that.
Everybody with high IQ has figured it out. They have been plotting it for a long time. White replacement is not some fucking theory.
The Jews, yeah? Because we had the
Dutch. There are radical ones. No. There are radical. There are radical Jews and there are radical whites as well involved. It's not just the Jews.
Yeah? Okay, so dude, are they the Jews?
Can you shut the fuck up with your fucking facetious attitude, for fuck's sake? Look at the way you speak.
Yeah,
you're always trying to trigger people and piss them off. Dude, you dropped out of your mom's asshole. You're the joke.
Oh, wow. So you're going for ad hominems. Yeah, go on. You can't make your point. I'm just trying to get you
want to fucking be derogatory? I'll be derogatory with you. I'll mirror your energy right back at you, you little shit.
Go on, be a troll then. Because at the end of the day, I expose.
Oh, okay. You want to project? Now you're projecting because you're the one behaving like a fucking troll.
We had the Dutchman on talking about, they're the enemies of humanity. And when I pressed him, he came out with the Kalergi plan. And then he actually admitted that it was the Jews. And I know you hold the same view, but you're too chicken shit to say it.
Would you like somebody who has Jewish ancestry to tell you, yes, they actually do hate you?
Shut the fuck up, because you're like a rainbow. You have everything within you. And I don't believe a fucking word you say.
Oh, okay, so I guess the same thing applies to you, light skin. I guess nobody should take your opinion, right? Because of what you just said, let's use your words against you. How about that?
No, because I haven't
You're the fucking rainbow too, huh?
I haven't been pointed out to lie on this panel, yeah? Because I don't fucking lie. That's one thing. If I make a mistake, I'll own up to it. But I don't.
No. You won't lie, but you're going to downplay some fucked up shit and piss people off. That's for sure.
No, I just ask for evidence because that's what any reasonable person who thinks critically and doesn't consume the vomit on the. You consume vomit on the internet. I don't. I actually critically think and I analyze and I evaluate before I come to a conclusion. That's the difference.
No, you're going to eat your own words. You are the individual who decided to repeat literally the narrative most Muslims are saying that it's just fake news. And you tell me I eat shit off the news?
I said it was an epidemic.
Came up and you're being like, oh.
Bro, I challenge anyone to rewind this conversation. I said the grooming gang scandal was an epidemic. Do you know what the English? I know you're Canadian, but you need to open up a fucking dictionary, English dictionary.
You want to know why white people are not the problem? You want to know why white people are not the problem?
Why are you always bringing it to race? What is up with you, man?
You have some. Because you do. All you think about is the right wing. All you think about is the right wing. That's why I'm bringing it up. Okay?
No, I just challenge people who talk shit. That's what I do.
You talk shit all the time.
Raz. So you disagree with that figure then, the 250,000, but you're still calling it an epidemic. So
exactly.
Yeah. So but what?
That's double think.
What is your point then? 1984? Very specific point that it might not just be the exact figure, but it is still a real big problem. Is that just the point you're making? Is that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is,
Raz, you committed double think, my guy.
Shut up, Al. He's talking to me. Let me respond, and you can get in. Yeah. Fuck's sake, we need D&W back, man, to fucking do this properly. But
do you want me to hit the mute button a bit more?
So, fantasy.
You did a great job,
Fantasy. What I'm trying to say to you is, I know it's a big problem in the country, but what I'm pushing back against is not the victims. My heart goes out to them. Yeah. Basically, what I'm pushing back on is we have a lot of people who are consuming vomit on the internet. And they're basically spreading it and it's becoming like a virus. So I don't appreciate people spreading things that are not factually correct So if we can say it's an epidemic because we know that it's happened on a mass scale. But when people like Rupert Lowe, who are a far-right party, Restore Britain, if you go look at his policies, he believes in ethno-nationalism, Al. It's not rocket science. You go and look at his policies, you know what he's about. He's basically peddling the grooming gang narrative, which is a big problem, but he's magnifying it to another extent because he wants to garner the support, like all rogue politicians do, left or right wing. They always peddle some bullshit so that they can use that to get into power, just like the president of the United States did, Trump.
Yeah. So what rate do you think it is happening then, as a percentage of the figure that's actually been given? What do you think?
I won't comment on that because I don't know. So I'm waiting to actually see solid data, so then I can give my conclusion on it. But right now, I can positively say that it's happening a lot, way too much in certain communities, which seems to me to be more of a cultural thing than a religious thing. Because I just gave my reason, right? Because we don't see other Muslim communities like white English reverts or that grooming, because it says in the Quran that whatever it says. So what I'm saying is there's a problem with certain cultural communities that have some pretty fucked up practices, you know, like marrying their first cousins and shit. I'll agree with that. But what I'm saying is that doesn't give, again, the people to jump on these cases and start spinning them out of control because they want to project a certain narrative.
Can I explain something?
I think that's a fair.
Can I explain something? You may not like it. So I've studied Islam for a very long time, right? You may think it's not religion. Guys, first cousin marriage and marrying little children and us arguing and screaming over each other, insulting each other won't help. You may not like this, but the philosophy foundation of Islam, you'd be surprised, you'd be shocked. Okay? You think it's not part of their religion, it is. As much as you don't want it to be. Okay? That one culture, it's not just Pakistan. Okay? They do it in all of them. Okay? They don't even let girls go to school in some Islamic countries, for freak's sake. It's messed up. Okay? And we don't even need to raise our voices about this. And some of you may not like me and you're going to call me Islamophobic. It's not about that. You can go read the Sharia law. You can go read it. You don't even fucking take my word for it, bro. 1400 years of cousin marriage because one prophet, so-called prophet, did that. Okay? That's a problem. That causes a lot of mental illness.
But it must also be cultural, Al, right? Because in the different Muslim communities, it does occur at different rates within different Muslim communities. However, I would agree with you because, like I say, in the Hadith, Muhammad did consummate a marriage with a 9-year-old. So that sets us somewhat of a standard. And like you say, he did also marry his first cousin as well, which again sets the standard. And that's, you know, likely why we do see that.
Regardless of our philosophical position, my friend, that's what it is.
Yeah, but I think there is also a cultural aspect also there. I think Raz is correct there. So I think there is a cultural and a theological aspect.
Yeah, but there's many Muslim countries that a lot of fucking Westerners are flocking to, like in the Gulf, and they don't have these problems. Like, obviously, it's a Muslim country, but and also, listen, you're talking to the wrong person because I can bring up the Old Testament and there's a lot of horrid shit in there. And at the end of the day, Sharia law is just an extension of the Old Testament law. Stoning to death. Where did Muhammad get that from? I wonder. Did he fucking pull it out of his ass? No, he got it from the old Hebrew law. So when Jesus said, according to the Bible, he without sin cast the first stone, the Jews were doing it back in the day. So as far as I'm concerned, all you Abrahamic motherfuckers are just as guilty. It's just Islam is the new kid on the block and you're all throwing shit at him. But the Christians are guilty of slavery and all the horrible things. It's just that, and so is old school Judaism. There's a lot of horrible practices in there. And it's just that Islam is the new kid on the block.
We can even talk about the Jewish grooming gangs with Epstein. We can talk about that too. There's
so
other
what about the
do
Christian ones related to Epstein, like Donald Trump and all these other people's names being mentioned? See, you only have
we can always talk about that. We don't need to be like this situation or that situation with whataboutism. We can be unbiased and look for the justice for every single victim involved, in no matter cultural context or religious context or geographical context. What I'm concerned about is how people think rape is okay under the rules of God. I promise you they're going to fucking hell if they think that.
Yeah, I agree with that, but it's like there's plenty of people who think rape is okay for. We had a guy on here, actually a white guy, Imperius, who said he believes he has the right to rape illegal immigrants in America and bounty hunt and kill them. And he used
Yeah, no, no.
And
I've met
you
some
can,
white people who are pretty fucked up, dude. I'm unbiased when it comes to justice. I need you to realize that about me, man. Like, if somebody's white committing slavery, I'll go kill him. I'll be your German. You're Django. You need a German to teach you how to shoot. I'll be your German. That's what I'm trying to say. But will a black man be my German when I need to save my wife? You know what I'm trying to say? Some people aren't like that. They demographically or culturally do not care about the freedom of other people. But Western,
well,
maybe even progressive people, we tend to care whether you're light skinned or not, okay, whether you're white or dark. Most people who are westernized in the modern sense of the day, we're so divided left and right, but we can agree on human rights. We all have free speech. We can all do these things, women's rights. But other cultures do not agree on that. So whether you're light skinned or not, and I'm white and I'm part Jewish and native, that doesn't matter. Our human rights are at fucking stake here. Yes, we have whites going crazy who want to violate human rights. We have Jews doing the Epstein thing and literally calling them goys as they fucking hurt them in that situation. And then you have the Muslims calling white girls kufr, or even black girls kufr, and even Hindu girls in India, because like this is a problem on the Indian border with Pakistan also. People don't understand that. Why do the Sikh carry a blade? Do you know why? Do you know the history behind that? They kept kidnapping their daughters. The Islamic
no, it's not.
of their neighbors
No,
kept
that's not
kidnapping their.
correct.
You can go look it up. You don't take
No,
my
I
word for it.
know.
Go look it up.
Listen, I've done my history about the subcontinent
There's
as
multiple
well.
reasons they wear their sword, but one of the biggest reasons their daughters kept getting kidnapped. They can tell you that.
Well, see, this is what I'm saying. See, so what you don't understand is let's take the sentiment out of it. Yeah. So Longshanks of England was doing the same shit to the Scots and the Celtics. Like these parallels exist
Yeah,
across the
I
globe.
hate that
So,
fucker
so
too.
no, so what I'm trying to say to you is yes, certain Mughal emperors were very brutal because they got it from the Mongols. But you could say the same thing about a medieval English king. If you cross Longshanks, he's going to make an example out of you. That's what happened to William Wallace when he decided to rebel. And I know Kenny's
Trust me.
listening to this.
Trust me, I know
Yeah,
exactly what happened to William Wallace.
So the problem I have with you is you like to spin a narrative where it's only one religion or culture. These
Why
things
do
have
you
existed.
assume that?
So let me finish my point. So I
No.
clearly
You
called out.
are strawmanning me.
Wait out. I clearly called out. You can ask D&W about this. I called out the black South Africans that are practicing a very extreme and abhorrent form of ethno-nationalism and literally ethnically cleansing other people from their country. Right? I'm not just targeting the white community. So I am on record on this panel doing that. So I'm very consistent. I don't just talk about the white community this and all this other stuff.
I don't just talk about the white community only too.
Well, you tend to focus on the Muslims a lot. I've noticed that.
No, mate. Just because I talked about the inquiry doesn't mean I'm not looking elsewhere, my guy. That is a very big straw man, and I'm going to ask you.
Yeah, but every time I hear you on this panel, every other subject you talk about is that, the Muslims are raping their way across Europe. The Muslims they gathered. The Muslims are doing this. It's like, who does that sound like? That sounds like fucking Tommy Robinson and all these guys. That they have their little target and their little narrative they're trying to spin. Like, why not just look at it?
Actually, no, dude. You think I will be unbiased about this? You think I wouldn't judge Longshanks, dude? You know what? I'll just to fucking piss you off. I was William Wallace. That's the truth. Okay, I hate Longshanks. No, I can prove it too if you want, but not to
be fair.
I can prove it to people in mystery schools. Yeah, not just that. Look, I did actually criticize the Jews. I criticized the Epstein situation. I criticized Africans who did that to other individuals. Like, you can't literally strawman me right after I told you I'm unbiased about this. It's not just white people. If Native Americans were getting raped in churches, I'll go fucking at the priest. I'll fucking stop them. That's my situation.
Well, they did.
I have a big fucking problem with that.
Native Americans were forcefully converted to Christianity in that schooling system, right? That was set up. And their kids were abused. No, wait. Let's talk about it. Their kids were systematically abused by white pilgrims that moved to America.
The thing is, why are you talking to me like I was involved in that?
So why are you saying
Wait,
like
this is the problem? This is the problem with left-wing people like you.
Don't fucking cover up. See, this
you
is
literally hedge-pin crimes of
history.
history on somebody who's white every time, and then you argue with them with a straw man. It's fucking weird. You just
because
heard
you
me
act
say
like it
I'm
hasn't happened in your community. You like to group people together.
Dude, what do you mean?
I believe in high individualism. So if you ask me, Raz, why is this happening?
You do know I'm
I will tell you
Acadian,
to fuck yourself because I'm only accountable for myself. Just like I told the far left Black Lives Matter,
Whatever. Filibuster this, filibuster that.
you cannot blame present day white people for what happened in the past. But the reason I'm bringing this up
why is it you approach me as if I have a bias?
Said, because you do. You said if Native Americans were getting raped, they did systematically get groomed in those schools where they were forcefully converted to Christianity. Go and look at the history.
Yeah, we're not debating that. I literally told you that happened. Guess what? I'm Native and Acadian, you little shit. Those are my people. You're talking to me, acting as if I was involved in doing that. The way you approach me is fucking weird. You think I have a bias? I just told you. I have no bias when it comes to rape, slavery, and other crimes against humanity. But you want to put this fucking straw man on me because you want some fucking get up and shake your fucking dick for some fucking victory like a little troll.
What? I'm simply inviting everything you say onto you so you understand how ridiculous it is.
Mate,
like
when you think I'm being biased?
You make blanket statements that are pathetic.
There's
you
no
say
point,
Muslims are raping their way across Europe. So every single Muslim, 2 billion Muslims are raping themselves across Europe. Yes? Is that what you mean? 2 billion of them, yeah?
So hey, dude, every single country in Europe has cases where Muslims have raped local native white people.
So why are you generalizing?
You can actually say that.
So why are you generalizing all of them? So it's okay to generalize non-whites.
When John, look,
my point.
When Hunyadi, do you understand Hunyadi's story? Do you know what happened with John
teach
Hunyadi?
Me. Go ahead.
You don't know what happened, right? Okay, so he was in the Balkans, right? He was kind of like a neighbor to where Vlad Dracula was, right? John Hunyadi made a quote. He was sick and tired of seeing Christian women getting violated and tormented, their heads chopped off just because they're not believers of Islam. This is not the first time this has happened. Do you understand that Vlad Dracula himself was a slave, a janissary, and he hated Islam because they forced him into being a slave and they persecuted his people? We're talking about a fascistic system. You hate Nazis? The same reason you fucking hate Nazis, I don't like Islamic fascist philosophy. Okay? If you're going to be fucking Antifa at all, okay, I'm not saying I'm Antifa, but if you're going to live by that philosophy, it better not just be against Nazis. Okay? When Muslims start putting people in gulags and raping little girls in harems, because that's what they did across Spain for 800 years. That's what they did in Naples for a long time. That's what they did in Sicily for a long time. In Greece, in Slavonia, all over the place. They did that in places in the Caspian.
The Vikings never took
This is
Irish
whataboutism.
slaves, right?
That's whataboutism.
So I'm just showing you that. So everything you say, I can just literally counter by saying it's happened parallel in every single other human society. So the fact that you're trying to always point it to one people.
No. Every single human society has evolved beyond those behaviors, but one didn't.
So which Muslim country now has fucking harems? Go on.
Dude, they're still doing slave trade in Libya. You want to know how many black slaves are in Libya right now, being sold to the Islamic elite?
Yeah, that's slavery. But you said harems. I don't disagree with that. I criticize the Gulf Arabs for how
the grooming gangs are the harems.
Abuses all the time. But you specifically said
are the fucking harems.
Oh my God! Guys, I'd like to show you my latest video of the Kenny Given show. If Dirty Admin Life would kindly share the screen, would that be all right?
Yeah, sure.
It's only 5 minutes.
Interlude. Yeah, let's take.
You won't get a copyright because
I'm out of here. You guys have a great day. I can't be on here with low IQ people who just want to be biased.
Here, this video features you though. Stay around.
Why does this feature me, bro?
Here. Your voice is in this video. I'd like you to hear it.
Good or bad, or sure.
Will you stick around for 5 minutes?
Yeah, if people could stop fucking trying to do strawmans just because I happen to be paler skinned, for fuck's sake.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to share it.
That's all you want,
So, Peter, you actually made two armed cops laugh inadvertently, thanks to my Bluetooth speaker. Give me 1 second.
Oh, I made two cops laugh?
Yeah.
That's funny.
In London, two armed cops.
What'd they say?
Right. They just looked at each other and laughed when you said Western culture doesn't throw people off buildings. Right, Dirty Lowlife, when that's on the screen, I'll press play.
Yeah, not seeing it yet. Do I have to give you some permission to share?
Oh, I've not done the screen share bit yet.
So I've already shared it. Now you just... Oh, that's it.
Oh, yeah, that's one. Tap.
Excellent.
Right? I had to deal with this most of my life. Like, and everybody I know who's white, they all had fights with Muslims. It was basically a race war in the schoolyard. It's not hate speech to talk about it, but every time I talked about it, the teachers would be like, "You're white. You're the racist." It was madness. This was in a Catholic school.
Stone Street.
This was in a Catholic
What
school.
part of Canada? Oh, in Canada. What part of Canada?
I'll just say Ontario. Keep it like that. It's a big place.
I just know. I was curious. I'm just curious. That's all. That's wild, though.
No, it's fine. And so this is how I reacted to that, though. Like I told everybody when I was like 11 to like 14. I told everybody with my voice, the Muslims are invading Europe. They're going to try to conquer it. Nobody believed me. And now look today. And what they don't understand is that when I was 9 and I was called a kufr, it's a very ruthless slur in Arabic. It means less than sperm, etymologically. Like, I'm not trying to say it to be offensive. Yeah, the word kufr, like, they called me that, right? And they kept bullying me and attacking me. I was like, why are you people attacking me? I didn't understand it. I was just like some white Catholic kid who happened to be part Jewish, but nobody really knew that. I didn't even know that at the time, man. I figured that out later. And I kept getting attacked, right? And anyway, I was a historian hobbyist at the time already when I was that young. Like, I was already studying. Like, I went deep dive with that stuff for a long time. And then I went into other stuff. But the other stuff I went in, my next study research piece was understanding the Crusades, the Islamic jihads, all that stuff. I had been researching every single battle Muslims won and lost, right? I understood their war tactics. Guys, every progressive thinking that the violations in the West are just not a thing, and it's racism pointed out, guys. No. If you know your history and you want to speak the truth, that is Dark Age genetic warfare. Demographic overtaking of a region, that is the oldest war style in the book. Like, going around and attacking anyone. Yeah.
You know, I've been on a slightly similar thread to this topic. I have been meeting a lot of African women on dating apps, and a lot of them are Muslim. But they're pretty reformed Muslim. They're not like, they're not, very radical. You know what I mean?
I see what you mean. Now, the thing is, there is a phenomenon amongst women who are Muslim, but also Western women in general. Basically, this watershed moment, all of them, they prefer Western culture. It's the logical conclusion is if you want
see the armed cops here.
Feminism, not the man-hating kind, but women's rights in general, right? Just like the LGBT should have human rights, right? If we actually care about those actual left-wing core topics, Western culture, as in white people, need to survive. Culture is demographics, right? The West doesn't throw people off buildings, you know what I'm saying? And as much as Gazans are getting, blown apart, they still throw gay people off buildings, even though the Zionists are blowing them up. It still happens, and it's a shame. Like, so every gay Muslim who can't come out, they're terrified, right? Sometimes they allow refugees who are actually gay to come to the West because they're legitimately going to get killed. It's political asylum.
No, I know.
I have no issue with that.
I know a gay refugee from Iran.
They've been persecuted, bro. They're last in the Islamic world. Like, women and LGBTQ, bro, they get stoned alive, killed, all sorts of things. And did you know the Handmaid's Tale? As much as that started the feminists to hate white Christians. But the problem is, white Christian countries developed a renaissance and then developed human rights and modern republics and democracies and all that jazz that we have now, right? We take it for granted. We really do. And the logical conclusion I came to, there's nothing racist about it. It's one culture that is very zealot is collapsing. I actually predicted that many Muslims are seeing visions of Jesus, and many Muslims are becoming secularist atheists at the same time also.
Well,
a lot of them back home are actually becoming secular, but the ones who immigrated They're the radical ones.
So these reform kind of, I call them.
There you are. So,
Hey,
thank you for
I
that.
made some pertinent
Do you
points.
prefer Peter
Thank you.
or Alexander?
Peter is a given name by somebody very important in my life. One of basically the most important individual in my life. That name was given to me, Peter. You just call me Kefa if you want. But Alexander is the name my mother gave me.
What would you like me to call you?
You could just call me Peter or Alexander, whichever one. So Peter is more of a title rank name.
Okay.
It's a name of being. Alexander is my given name.
I'll call you Peter because I've known you first as Peter before anything else, unless you request me to call you something different. Yes, I'd like to thank you for that, Peter. I was getting a lot of funny looks, but it felt great. I thought you were speaking a lot
speech
of
was
really
about
hard.
balancing. Kenny, that speech was about balancing left and right wing sentiments when it comes to this, secular and religious sentiments when it comes to this, because we need to look at where we are in the West, right? We are in modern republics and democracies, right? Like we're evolved. Women have rights. Gays have rights. We have free speech. We have freedom of religion, freedom from religion as well. So that's for the atheist, right?
Yeah.
And I really wanted to come up with a balanced common denominator because I really abandoned like right-wing thinking. Like back in 2016, you could have accused me of being far right, not a joke. But in 2012, you could have accused me of being far left. So I explored all the multifacets of both sides. I understand Antifa, I understand the Nazis, I literally comprehend all their philosophies. And I came up with this notion. It's like, look. So some people fear the West will like become some rage, angry avatar of Hitler or something, right? Fascists will rise again. No, it's more like the William
Like it
Wallace
did in the
archetype
past.
is right. Because some people do get radical when they get persecuted, right? But I think it's more a William Wallace style archetype most people should be looking to. He's a Catholic, he cares about women's rights, he cares about Scottish independence, obviously. So there is that nationalism, but there's also that sentiment for some of the left-wing philosophy. So one thing I've been doing is trying to actually undertake this titanic mission of just looking at both the left and the right and saying you're all wrong, but you all have good points in all your alleys, right? And I'm sick and tired of the left versus right game because, like, if you've read the Epstein report, like so many have, they fund both sides, right? So you're left wing and you believe in secular stuff, okay? Oh, you're right wing and you believe in right wing stuff. Still, you're a pawn. You're playing chess. They don't even know it. I prefer to play chess, not be the one being played, right? So that's the way I look at it. And I took myself off the fucking board and I became a game player, a chess master. I got sick and tired of being played in the game. Most people, they never leave the illusion like that. It's like mystery schools, right? The checkerboard floor. You're stuck in the illusion so long as you stay on left and right, black and white, dark and light. It's all bullshit.
You remind me there are three
What's
types of people: the pieces, the players, and the game master. And only the game master is not bound by the rules.
Different game
Sorry,
masters
Kenny,
can
go
be
ahead.
friends to each other.
There's a great
That's why
quote
he
by
literally
Stefan.
regurgitates what his right-wing masters have pushed down his
There was a
throat.
great quote
That's
by
why.
Stefan Molyneux. There was a great quote by Stefan Molyneux, formerly of Freedom in Radio. He says, ideology is the opposite of philosophy. Ideology is a predetermined outlook that seeks out an echo chamber of reaffirming information, while philosophy guides its inquiry according to universal principles.
That's wise. That's like coming out of the box, thinking out the box, right? And look, I know Razagul, you may have your arguments against me, and you may assume I'm something or this or that.
Yeah, but how can you say you're neutral when you literally regurgitate what all these right-wing guys on YouTube and they're all saying the same shit? Oh, the Muslims are doing this, the Muslims are doing that. That's not a neutral position. A neutral position is, let me finish my point, then you can talk. A neutral position would sound something like this. Okay, there's certain social issues happening in the country, but at the same time, what's going on in the bigger picture that who's trying to get all of us to fight against each other? That's a neutral position, but you just want to side with the masses.
That's not neutral.
And
that's
that's
not
what
neutral,
it is.
Sorry. That's not neutral.
Listen, you can't tell
That's
anyone
your
about
opinion.
neutrality,
That's
bro.
your
You
opinion.
support one of the biggest warlords in postmodern history, Donald Trump, so you can't talk about neutrality, my friend.
He's ended
Wait,
fucking.
you think I
talking about?
Who are you saying supports what and what?
Kendi,
the
that
thing
was
is,
for Kendi.
Okay, but like Razagul, I need to ask you to do something for yourself. You may take this advice if you want to or not. Every time you shaman somebody or look down on them simply because they're part of something or look up to somebody or something, they're on their path, they're on their evolution, okay? I understand and comprehend that notion you bring up where we should figure out why do they want us to fight each other. Because you're absolutely correct. If you think the elites don't want to go hide in their bunkers while Christians and Muslims tear each other apart, of course they do. They want that. They don't want us tearing them apart. That's moot. We already know that. Okay? The problem is you have factions, and you may accuse me of being somebody just regurgitating right-wing things. Truth be told, I'm not regurgitating right-wing things. It's like I'm in Rome, and the man on the soapbox is delivering the news that the Senate has brought and the word of what's been going on, and he's explaining to everybody what's going on. You have a problem with that man if he speaks the truth on this situation. What if that man is on the soapbox, just some random hypothetical individual who is acting as the ancient day journalist, right? And he brings up the edicts of the lords of the land and the news of the land, right? And he explains we have we have Germanic tribes raping and slaughtering our fellow Roman citizens in the lands of Gaul. We must do something. It's not about you seeing right-wing people and then seeing all this. You want to know why there's so much going on where people are talking about this? It's not even just the right wing, dude. All of Anonymous right now, there's a whole operation. It's called Give the Megaphone to the Victim. It's not the right wing, dude. You have left-wing people doing this. I just saw videos of Antifa people starting to look at Muslims and start removing them from their locations. You have left-wing and right-wing people seeing this situation for what it is. People are sick and tired of it. Even right-wing people, for the most part, except the extreme far right, all agree that women should have their human rights, whether they're black, white, or any color in between, whether they're light skinned. Okay, that's unbiased. You have people uniting from so many different factions right now, but you still want to look at this fucking world and what's happening in Europe ever since 2014 as if it's some sort of left versus right fucking lens. You know those fucking colored lens that make you look at the world in a fucked up way? It's like you have that on your face. Take them off. Wear these sunglasses instead. Enough of this right wing, left wing, unbiased fucking truth, Razagul. Because I know me and you, if me and you found out there was a grooming gang next door, you'd probably help me, right? To stop them? Let's go kick that door down.
Of course. Yeah.
There you go. So why are we arguing? Why are we arguing?
So I'll tell you why. So okay, so this is probably closer to you. You did say you're not American, but North America, same continent, right? So you know, with the Knicks game, there was that whole fucking riot taking place. I was watching something, right? And there was this like YouTube channel, and obviously they were right wing, and they were talking about how New York has lost its essence and it's too diverse and DEI and all this other stuff. They were making their points, and they were like, "Yeah, just look at this clip." And the clip they showed, right, was a fucking yellow school bus, and there was two dudes inside the school bus, yeah, and there was a big mob around, fucking going crazy and shit, and they were kicking the windscreen of the school bus, right? And I was just watching this, and I was like astonished. I was like, "Fucking hell, bro, what's going on here?" And as they kicked the screen out, lo and behold, they were two bleach, blonde, blue-eyed dudes, and none of these guys on the right-wing panel said a damn thing about it. It's almost like their brains, the neurons, just stopped firing because they went into tribalism mode, and then they started. Because whenever certain things we talk about certain things, there's always a light shed on certain aspects of it. Why couldn't they have said, "Oh, look at these two white guys. What the fuck are they doing?" We never hear that shit.
Correct to wonder.
So as somebody who's mixed race, I've grown up and wait. Let me finish. You are interrupting me. I've grown up and I've seen the double standard that some people from the white community have. So many pathologies I've seen in the white community. Nobody talks about it. But if it's a black thing, oh, it's a black problem. Like Kenny likes to talk about it. I've had enough. I don't even want to give him a rebuttal anymore. He knows my stance, right?
Mate.
But why
just speak
did those guys
objective facts
wait?
about the black community, Raz.
Before you go down that path too much, you
Yeah,
brought up
so wait, Al, I'm about to finish and you can take the panel. Why did nobody talk about the fact that two white guys were fucking vandalizing the school bus as part of the Knicks riots? Why? That's what I want to know.
Look, so instead of like arguing over that, you brought up tribalism. That's the real crux of the situation, because people got tribal about it, right? You're saying these right-wing people got tribal and they covered up that situation. Okay, let's reach a moot point and cross this bridge together. What about tribalism in other groups? What about the tribalism of some Islamic individuals covering up for bad Islamic individuals? And you can't say that has not happened. Okay,
I agree. They should all be
tribal groups. Okay, I'm glad you agree. Different groups and tribal people, people who are overly tribal, they require the validation of groupthink. I'm not like that. I'm a radical individualist, but that's I speak for myself when it comes to that, right? Some people.
I never hear you call out white people. You only call out Muslims.
Are you shitting me?
With Kenny. Same with Kenny. I've never
that's
heard
because
you
we're
guys,
not on that topic yet. Okay, would you like me to?
I call out the far left with this refugees welcome bullshit. I call out Black Lives Matter, but you white guys never fucking call out your own. I'm sorry to say it, but that is just what I've seen.
Actually, I think
you guys are the most
white
tribalistic
people who are
people on the planet.
progressive. Dude, how many white people are liberal
That
who call
sounds
out white
racist,
Nazis? You can't say that, man.
Oh, really?
You can't say that.
I'm sure it would sound racist to you. Let Al finish.
Mate, you literally can't say that white people don't call out other white people sometimes, okay? Like, what the fuck? It was white people who put Nazis down. Nobody could beat them except white people. That's the problem. It took white people to take white people down.
That's incorrect, because it was majority of white countries, but don't forget the ethnic minorities, especially in Britain.
No. Okay. You need your
No, wait, bro. See,
bro, if you want to bring up this want to be represented, is that it?
No.
You want to feel represented in World War II?
Okay, so let me give you a fact. If the Indians and the Caribbeans and Africans didn't fight alongside the British, the British wouldn't have done so well. That is a fucking fact. So stop trying to rewrite history. It was a joint effort. It was a joint effort to defeat the Nazis, Japan, Germany. It was a fucking joint effort. Okay, so don't try and make it a thing where it's like, oh yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna make a point though. When it comes to war, when European nations coordinate and go to war, that's terrifying to most people. To most people, it's extreme. So it goes back to the ancient Germanic days, right? So before Rome came, and the Gauls and the Celts and all that, we had a culture of going to war with each other and headhunting, much like the samurai would fight each other in the Sengoku Jidai. This was tribe on tribe conflict. War was the religion. Okay, one of the biggest reasons Hitler was an Islamophile. He liked Islam. He looked at the ancient Viking style of Valhalla, that courage, that warrior, berserker, barbarian, white boy nature. Okay, he looked to that and he admired that. That was his thing. Okay, but not everybody makes it that way. You have other cultures too who are very warlike, and I understand your want for certain people to be represented in certain wars. But like a lot of people keep accusing white people of certain things in history, and like you keep saying like you don't hear me bitch about white people, dude. A lot of
I never said bitch. I said you don't call out the bad apples in your community. I've never once heard you or Kenny say some degenerate chavs or there's some degenerate white trash. I've never once heard you say it, but I have repeatedly said that Black Lives Matter is a problem.
It's the black community that have problems. It's the black community that have problems with worshipping their own criminals. Look at what happened when George Floyd was killed. They put up a fucking statue of him and fucking burnt the place down. You never get the white community doing that when a white criminal dies.
If I may, agree with you on that point. I was critical of the whole George Floyd and the riots. I've consistently said that, Kenny. But what I'm saying is the pathologies that exist in the white community, you never talk about it, and then you try to tell me that you're neutral. You're not neutral. So
if I may just offer, Raz, I don't think we need to call out chavs because we've got people like Jimmy Savile to call out. I'm just going to make a quick interlude to click a button, so bear with me.
This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now.
do come and join us if you want to add to the conversation.
Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say is we should be looking at each other as human beings, right? So the ones that are causing fucking problems, they should be dealt with. But we shouldn't start. Wow, I can't hear anyone.
I'm going to tell you something before I go any further, right? Imperius, the guy who called you the N-word, I called him out for it. And I said to DMW, has this guy apologised to you for calling Ra's al Ghul the N-word the other week? And I condemned him for that. I said, that's wrong. That's not the kind of guy. I said to DMW, I don't know if Dirty Lowlife heard me saying this, but I said, that's not the kind. Did you? Did you hear me say that? See, he's nodding.
Yeah, with you.
So I called out someone who was racist against you, mate.
Well, I'll give you respect for that.
So I do call him my own kind when it comes to it.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is we do have a lot of problems in our country, especially in the UK. There's a lot of problems. But when you look at the bigger picture, like there's certain things that need to be done. That's not going to happen if everybody just starts jumping on these bandwagons of, oh, it's because first it was like during Brexit, it was like the Eastern Europeans. Like I remember how the rhetoric was against them. Then now it's like the Muslims, and now since Henry Nowak's case, poor Henry lost his life over that fucking idiot.
Neither are we going to achieve anything if you just keep calling everybody racist and far right and closet white nationalists.
No, I never said everybody's a white nationalist. I said there's a certain rhetoric.
Anybody that talks about these issues, you're the first to jump on them and call them racists and xenophobes and accuse them of disproportionately focusing on blacks and Muslims.
Yeah,
so
but
you're trying
some
to shut
people
down that side of the debate. Instead of doing that, why don't we look at the statistics objectively, then discuss solutions?
Yeah,
that's the
but
best thing to do. Don't take it too personally.
So no, I'm not. And secondly, I'm all for the discourse and the discussion because when I first came on this show, I asked Al, out of the 250,000, show me evidence. Because when I first heard that number myself, I literally started digging. I started looking, and I was like, 250,000. I want to know, like, how much of these is how much of that number is actually solid cases that have been reported and under investigation. And then from what I gathered, there's been a lot of collations and things thrown into that. So it's a highly inflated number is what I'm saying. I never said it's not happening. I never said it's a lie. So I'm all for discussion. But when people put information out that's not factual or is hyperinflated, then I do have a problem with that, regardless of what that information is.
I would say though, Raz, when I first heard that number, I was skeptical about it. I still am skeptical about it myself as well. So I'm not sure everyone's just taking it as accepted that is the exact definite number. But isn't I haven't actually read the report myself either. But is it not based off projections from underreporting, etc.? Is that how they've figured that number out? Or?
Well, first of all, the inquiry was done by Rupert Lowe. So yeah, he paid with his own money, right, to launch a private inquiry. So I'm not even I'll be honest with you, I don't even know like how credible that inquiry is in the first place. And secondly, he hasn't presented any like hard facts. He's just told us like, okay, it's kind of like when Israel does their own bullshit investigations and tells us, well, actually, it wasn't a hospital that we bombed. It was a fucking terrorist camp under there. And then like the UN does the investigation and finds the complete contrary. And everybody just still takes what Israel says. But yeah, without getting too political on that side. But I'm all about trying to see the facts and then form my own opinion. I don't let other people just try and sway me over to toe a certain line, so to speak. Because the far left do it, the far right do it. I would consider myself to be more of a centrist, to be honest. And to be honest, I don't trust what any government says around the world. I'm highly skeptical. So until I see hard-on evidence of that it's 250,000, then I won't call it 250,000. But I'll call it an epidemic because I've seen evidence that there's been such a high frequency of it across the country, and it's coming from a certain community, so to speak. Yeah.
To be honest, mate, I think we probably have the exact same opinion then, if that's the way you're thinking about it, to be honest, pal. Because I agree that, yeah, maybe it isn't 250,000, like you say. The origin of the study, there's perhaps some incentive there to exaggerate and go to the more extremes. But as I mentioned earlier, like even if it was 10% of that number, then that's a horror I can't even actually bear to actually properly think about. Like I don't even want to do it. So I just wonder
I agree with
how productive it is getting that emotional about it, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not, but I do appreciate
to come
what
up
you're
with
saying.
that 250,000 figure. The methodology is definitely flawed, and here's how they've done it. It takes down localized figures from high-profile grooming gang scandals, such as the 1,400 victims identified in Rotherham between 1997 and 2013, and extrapolates those rates proportionally across 149 local authorities in the UK, thereby assuming that each local authority had as high proportionate numbers of grooming gangs. So it is flawed methodology, and the numbers will be exaggerated. Realistically, it's probably more like maybe between 100 and 150,000, I would say.
The reason why I push back on a lot of these things,
It's
fantasy, is
underreporting, which is
like,
still fucking too much.
we've reached a point as a country where, like, anything that happens, it's like there's a certain sentiment, you know, by the wider British public. You know what I mean? Like, without even checking the facts, it was like even with Axel Ruda Cabana, people were saying he's Muslim. People were saying, oh, he's a boat bastard. He's one of the illegal immigrants, and he was none of those things. But this is what I'm trying to say is, and then you got these American guys that literally regurgitate this bullshit that they consume online from these losers, and they think it's factual and they think they know what they're talking about. It's like, it's just ridiculous, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's fair. And I think probably your main point, I don't know if it is intended, but I think it is that we shouldn't be vilifying all Muslims or assuming that all Muslims are involved in this sort of behavior, right? Like that's I feel like that's the main thing you want to get us away from, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, because
So,
I have Muslim friends.
Raz,
and
am I
they-
getting this clear that when that happened, the Southport slayings by Axel Ruba Cabana, or whatever his name is, your first instinct was to direct moral outrage at people who were accusing him of being a certain immigration status before directing moral outrage at what he had actually done against those white children?
No, you're incorrect, Kenny. See, you just assume that. You see what I mean? He just assumed that.
I'm asking. So can you clarify that?
Yeah, no, I first of all thought, what the fuck? Who's gone in there and murdered all these kids? Like, which sick fuck has done that? And then later on, because, you know, there's a problem with censorship in our country. I do agree with that. I don't know why we have this fucking problem. There was so much speculation going on, and amidst all this speculation, it was like, he's a Muslim. Oh, it's one of those guys who came across illegally. And I'm like, where do these people get this information from? Because I haven't confirmed. I can't find any sources about this. And no, Kenny, I don't direct moral outrage at one thing over the other. I'm sure everybody would agree that we were focused on the kids getting murdered as being the primary source of
Didn't they
moral
find
outrage.
out that his parents could have stopped him doing that, but chose not to?
Yeah, I know about that. That was fucking horrendous. Yeah, they should be deported. Yeah.
Right.
See, what I believe is same thing with the grooming gangs, right? So if there was a family, right, and they knew some shady shit was going on, but they decided, just like that Sikh guy's family fucking perverted the course of justice, they should all be deported. Simple as that. You should have your citizens stripped, and you should be kicked out of the country. I'm sure everybody can agree with that, right? Just get right to the point. There's no point wasting money on all these legal battles. Just get rid of these people, and then we won't have this fucking outrage in the first place. That's all it is. Yeah.
One of the most dangerous grooming gang leaders is actually due to be released early under Labour's Behave Well early release scheme. That was a recent headline in the paper a few days ago. He got sentenced to, I think it was 35 years, and he's only sentenced 10 years.
Yeah, we need to bring back the death penalty.
That's not going to happen under Reform UK. And I don't care what anybody thinks
crazy.
of me. That's why I'm a member of Reform UK. And I want Nigel Farage in number 10.
Not for me.
We need to bring back the death penalty, man. I think our prison system is a complete joke. Criminals literally go there and it's become like a fucking haven. The system is so corrupt. We have literally female CEOs shagging the fucking the inmates. Like, it's like Gotham City in our prisons. Like, what the fuck is going on, people? Seriously, like, there's absolutely no law and order in our prisons, man. Like, the CEOs are fucking shagging the inmates. The inmates are fucking bringing all this contraband. Like, the whole idea of it being a sort of a place for rehabilitation and to be as a form of punishment is just become a complete joke, man. Honestly, yeah.
I served 30 days in prison in Edinburgh.
What for?
It was for a breach of community service order, and I was on community service order for stealing my uncle's car. And I breached the community service order by threatening to beat up 2 cops. So it's not a big deal. I was in for 30 days, and my cellmate, the wardens, the turnkeys, we call them, they helped and turned a blind eye, and the drugs being smuggled in, and he's like smoking fucking crack in the prison cell, you know, and they fucking helped it. That's how bad it is.
You know what? I visited Edinburgh. I've been to quite a few places in Scotland, right? I've been to Edinburgh. Edinburgh was amazing, man. But I was fucking shocked, Kenny, at the news I heard recently about that guy running around with a machete, if that was correct. Because I couldn't picture that. Because when I went to Edinburgh, I was like, this is how London should be. I kept telling my wife, I was like, you know what they have going on in Edinburgh, this is how London actually should be. It's fucking amazing here. Like, the culture is so nice. The Scottish people, they're so friendly. They're so talkative. It's a very scarcely populated place, and that's a good fucking thing. You don't want it to be overpopulated. It's majority Scottish. You know, you're in Edinburgh. The people are friendly, and I was really impressed. But when I heard of that thing happening, I was like, oh no, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, that's just one nut job, you know, and I totally condemn that. You know, that's not the answer. You know, these most Muslims are just peace-loving people who want to put bread on the table and for their families and get on with their lives. You know, you're not going to start a revolution with fucking knives and guns and bats and machetes on the street. You start a revolution in the ballot box at election time. That's the right way to do it. Or becoming a citizen journalist and speaking openly and passionately about whatever it is that you believe in. Intellectual discourse. Aye, so I condemn that from that guy.
Yeah, that was...
just condemned another white guy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was a shocker, man, when I saw that. Yeah, Edinburgh's a beautiful place. I went to the zoo. I went to that place. What was it called? That cliff. There's like a famous sort of landmark cliff. I'm sure you probably know it.
Arthur's Seat. The extinct volcano.
Yeah.
When was it you were in Edinburgh, Raz?
About 4 years ago.
Oh, 4 years. Right, okay.
Yeah,
I was
there
there
really
3 months ago.
Beautiful place.
I went to Hearts Aberdeen game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been to...
It's great to get back there.
Yeah, I've been to Dundee. I've been to Fort William. I climbed Ben Nevis when I was 19, a long time ago. I stayed in Glen.
Fort William.
Beautiful place. Yeah, I stayed in the Glen Nevis Youth Hostel. Very nice, man. I was Scottish Highlands, absolutely beautiful, man. Yeah, one of a kind.
Stunning.
I went to the Loch Ness. Went on a boat ride on there, and I had beautiful fish and chips served fresh with tartar sauce. It was amazing. Yeah, so.
You've never been to Loch Ness before?
Oh, it's amazing, man.
I've spoken to people that have, and they just says when they got there, they just thought it was boring and empty and a bit anticlimactic, they thought.
That's because, Kenny, their dopamine receptors are screwed up, man. They're always looking for some stimulus. They don't know how to appreciate nature, you know what I mean? Yeah. If they see it, you're supposed to be able to look at a large body of water and appreciate the stillness. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it, man. Yeah.
To be fair, if you don't see Nessie, there's got to be a bit of disappointment there, hasn't there? Like you're hoping you're going to see the monster.
You know, the funny thing is, the boat tour guys are like, they have this kind of fake radar system, so they kind of like they just kind of play into it a bit when you're on the boat tour. They're like, oh yeah, we're picking up some movement, guys, and it's quite funny.
I like that.
And all the photographs of Loch Ness Monster have been proven to be fakes as well. So the locals do it to try and boost the tourism in the local economy.
Yeah. I guess it's a part of like cultural medieval folklore, isn't it? Nothing harmful. It's just one of those things.
The Isle of Skye is beautiful as well. The Kyle of Lochalsh and the Cuillin Mountains. You can get the steam train from Mallaig, Fort William to Mallaig. It's the same steam train that was in Harry Potter. It's called the Jacobite.
Okay.
Yeah, so and it goes over the Glenfinnan Viaduct, that famous bridge with the arches that's curved, and then you've got the glen and the loch in the background.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why you in London, Kenny?
That one. It's a very famous bridge and photograph.
Mm. I would like to see the
great shot of it with the loch in the background.
Sounds like you love Scotland, Kenny. How come you're in London, mate?
I just got bored of Edinburgh after living there for 33 years. It's been quite a small city, and the weather, it's quite grey and colder, more rain, more windy. And I fell in love when I was first here for the weekend back in 2010. So I decided I wanted to come back.
London is literally the fucking mad metropolis, man. I would literally, if I could move to Edinburgh, I would fucking go. I wouldn't even think about it. Like if I could have my life as it is here, same sort of resources, income, and live in Edinburgh, holy shit. No brainer, I'm gone, bro. I don't want to stay in this fucking mad metropolis.
Yeah, I couldn't.
I'd like to move out of London, but if I did, it would probably be in like one of the counties, like in Sussex or Wessex or Kent or somewhere by the coast, within an hour's drive or an hour's train journey from London. But yeah, I can see me being out of London within 5 years for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can't get sick of it.
I do a lot of in fact, I was at Epping Forest today. I do a lot of hiking, so I have my spots. Kent is absolutely beautiful. Kent Downs National Landscape. I've done quite a few hikes around there. It's absolutely jaw-droppingly beautiful, man.
I've got somewhere on my save list that I want to go hiking. I'll tell you exactly where it is. Box Hill Viewpoint. Surrey Hills. It's in
yeah, Chiltern Hills. Yeah, I know that place. Beautiful place.
West Humble, Pixham, Box Hill. So it's near Dorking and Brockham. It's a Headley Warren Nature Reserve. Was the nearest train station to that place? Or it's telling me to get fucking 3 buses.
Yeah, that's the problem with Kent. If you're not driving, you're kind of going to be fucked a bit. Yeah.
Try it earlier in the day.
Yeah.
So the nearest train station to there is Epsom. And then you get the bus from Epsom to NT Visitors Centre. Yeah.
Yes, so Kenny, I was going to ask you. I saw you did your USA flag run again. So did somebody say something to you? Because it sounded like it when you were walking through the arch that somebody made a comment, and it almost sounded like you responded. Did you say anything or?
No, nobody actually said anything to me. It was just the women talking to themselves as they were passing to me.
Oh, okay, yeah. Did you get any negativity, or did you get any support and negativity, or both, or?
There was a couple of American people that went like that. Yeah. One American guy went like that. Yeah. And another one went. Another guy reached out to fist bump me, but both my hands full. One with the flag and one with the video pole, the selfie
Oh
stick.
yeah. Should have given him the flag bump.
Yeah.
But fair play for doing that, Kenny. I've got a lot of admiration for doing that in public, bro. That was funny to watch.
Thank you. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, especially with the Bluetooth audio coming through.
What?
Yeah.
Especially with the audio.
Yeah, aye.
Playing it live.
Speaker. Yeah.
Was that just a live recording of this panel? Is that what you were playing?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the armed guards heard that.
Peter Ragnarok and was talking to Noodles on Friday it was. And then I just played it on YouTube through the speaker and filmed it.
Yo, D&W is going to have to give you like a QR code for you to carry around when you do that. Get more viewers on here.
Yeah.
I might get a Finding Gnosis flag printed off with a QR code on it. Yeah,
yeah, do that.
Join us.
Good idea. Join us.
Join us.
Yeah.
You know?
Speaking of which, anybody in the chat, anybody listening, do join the show if you want to add to the conversation.
Okay, guys, it was lovely to chat with you. I'm going to go into listening mode now.
Yeah,
Take
no
it,
worries,
Kenny.
man. Have a good one, Kenny. See you, man.
You too,
Yeah, have a
Raz.
good one, yeah.
Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Cheers.
This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now.
Yeah, I was probably going to chip off soon as well, so I don't want to leave you guys on your own now. You know what I mean? But
yeah, same here, man.
Yeah, if it dries up, it dries up. Cougar talked about coming on. If Cougar's still around, wants to change the subject.
yeah, we've gone over race at this point, I reckon. We could move on from that.
Yeah. You know what it is? I don't know why, but it's just certain individuals, man. They tend to center around certain topics. So it's like it's hard to do a paradigm shift. You know what I mean? Because if I'm listening to the chat 10 minutes before, and then they're talking about this and then that, and it's like, okay, so this is where they've reached, and it tends to be like recurring themes, man. I don't know why with certain people.
Yeah, I feel you. I've got no time for the ethnicity chat. I got no time for it. If we're talking about different ideologies within religions, I'm happy to have a discussion there. But
Yeah, no. You know the thing I like about the show is we've actually had Muslim guys come on, and I've literally grilled them like theologically. You can ask CNW about why they believe what they believe and all this type of stuff. But I also grilled Peter or Al, whatever he fucking calls himself now, about Christianity, and we haven't had like a practicing Jew come on here. So if that's the case, I'll grill him or anybody else really. Because me, I think I wouldn't say I'm anti-religion, but I don't know, man. I like what Nietzsche said about religion being kind of like the slave morality and the way to sort of the path of self-actualization. You can't find yourself bogged down by some type of ancient, theological belief system. Like that's not going to lead you where you need to go. You know what I mean? That's just my view on it.
If I could just postulate, what if you need to be led astray in order to find your way back onto the path of self-actualization? Would you say there's any merit to that?
Yeah, but when you say led astray, couldn't you just allow yourself to simply fall into the void and then pull yourself back out? I would think that's a better path. So in other words, drop everything completely, everything that you thought you know to be true, and just start from the position of everything is bullshit and I don't know what's going on. I call that the void, and then work your way up from there. Really. Rather
Yeah, sure.
than saying,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, go on.
No, I was going to say I agree with you, but I think if you haven't come across that idea, then you may end up having to fall into ideology or doctrine or some externally provided belief structure, and then bang your head against it for a while in order to realize it's not the path for you. If you say you hadn't read Nietzsche, you know.
Yeah, because I was into like Theravada Buddhism, specifically the Thai forest tradition, Grand Master Ajahn Chah's work, and but then over time, I realized I didn't believe in rebirth or reincarnation. I didn't even think the Buddha taught those things. I don't. But then I realized that I only enjoyed the benefit of what that specific meditation practice and ethical code of not harming things and dot dot dot, kind of like the golden rule. The impact it brought to my life and the good results it brought. But the religious dogma, I realized I never that's not what got attracted me. Sorry, that's not what attracted me to that Thai forest tradition, and it's not what kept me going to learn more about it. So yeah, I feel like you can eat the banana and just discard the peel. You know what I mean? That type of thing.
It's very vague as well, isn't it? The Theravada Buddhism. Like I remember when I was looking into it, I think there's a sense where when you ask the question as how did we end up in this predicament, I think Buddha just responds by saying, if you've got an arrow in you, you don't ask for the name and occupation of the person that shot the arrow. You pull the arrow out first, right? So he almost like avoids that like even describing what's actually going on. It's just like, you've got a serious problem we need to sort out. Don't worry about how that problem came to be. Did you find that, Raz, when you were? Is that something you found in your experience?
Yeah, so I even to this day I have critiques of the Buddha character of what we know of him. When he got enlightened and he said he was on his way to Varanasi and he was stopped and asked by somebody who thought he just had this brilliant aura about him, and he said, "Where are you going?" And he said, "I'm going to beat the deaths of the drum. I'm going to beat the drums of the deathless. I have realized the deathless, meaning the unconditioned, isn't it? And nirvana is what they call it, right? Or nibbana in the ancient Pali." And I don't believe that. I think he was really good at psychotherapy. He figured out a really good form of psychotherapy, this kind of mindfulness meditation practice. I don't think he's some type of deified, demigod that, like can hear people and, like he reached enlightenment after thousands of lifetimes and, he's the greatest guy. It's like, it's the same shit you hear about Jesus or Muhammad or, whatever other religion, it's kind of like this aggrandizement, this kind of deification, when really he was just like a sage. I mean, pretty much a glorified sage. He had some good teachings, but that doesn't mean the Buddha knows the ultimate. He doesn't know, like what the fuck, like a black hole is and what happens if you go through one. You know what I mean? It's just like. So I do believe like Buddhists do tend to step out of their lane a bit when they talk about different realms and I do believe what he taught was probably more simpler, which was suffering and the end of suffering. But there are some very dubious quotes by the Buddha attributed to him, especially in the Theravada tradition, where he says stuff like, "Monks, the things I know are like all the leaves on that tree, but what's of use to you is like the few that remain in my hand." And it's like, that's a bit of a very arrogant thing to say, you know what I mean? Like, what do you really know? You know what I mean? Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like we're here in the 21st century and we know way more than those guys knew in the fucking Iron Age of India. You know what I mean? Of the Buddhist time for 5,000 years ago. Like the average Joe layman like us knows way more than all of those guys put together. So in terms of science, civilization, understanding,
I think we know more. I'm not sure we understand anymore.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, I'll give you that one. Yeah, because I do believe like you can have a lot of knowledge, but that doesn't necessarily make you intelligent or you know, a wise person per se. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Yeah, I think that's the big problem missing from our current society, to be honest, in the West, in the secular West, is we don't have any real spiritual goals. I don't even know what the point of our culture even is at this point, really. Like collectively, like do any of you guys know what the hell we're doing? Like,
well, to go back to Ralph's point on Nietzsche, individualization, individuation.
Yeah, that is the beauty of the West. I have to admit. That's why I think the Western culture is superior to other cultures, because it's created an environment for individuals to explore themselves. Whereas if you go around the globe, people are very confined in these kind of insular lifestyles, insular ideologies, insular cultures. Whereas I feel like, especially postmodern, like Western cultures, really promote kind of like the self-critiquing, the critical thinking, and like Dirty said, the self-actualization part. You know what I mean? Where it's like you're trying to figure out who you are, so to speak. Yeah.
Yeah, that probably is the beauty of the West. Yeah, but again, I think that's the issue where Islam comes in, though, right? Because in the very doctrines of the religion, like it's unless you're a Christian or a Jew, I think if you're a Christian or a Jew, you just have to pay a higher tax. But if you're anybody else, I think you just get ended for disbelieving. I know they don't really fully enact it in a lot of the modern cultures, but it is there in the Quran. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Theologically, it's a fucking problem because you can't criticize Muhammad. You can't question a lot of things. There's blasphemy laws. It's a very insular and it's an ultra conservative ideology, and it has no room for exploration and no room for critique, as everybody knows.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the problem I have with religion in general, and is that I always liken it to kind of like people are running software, so like, you know, so like. So people who follow Islam are like running like Microsoft Windows 95 or some shit, and they think it's the be all end all, but they haven't seen Linux. You know what I mean? They haven't seen like all these other modes. Like they're just stuck in Windows 95. Pretty much. Yeah.
I like that analogy. I feel like religions are kind of a bit quite like that, to be fair. Yeah. It's fair to conflate all religions either, because I feel like once I've read the Bible, right, particularly the New Testament from a Christian perspective, there's no you're never really going to get an Islamic society if you are following that scripture, in terms of like there is always freedom within a Christian society, right? If you follow the scripture, that is not a post hoc sort of institution after that. But if you follow the Christian scripture, then there's no punishment for you not believing in God, right? Your punishment comes after that by God, right? It doesn't happen in our society. Whereas there are other religions where that's not the case. So even though I do kind of agree with you broadly about religion, I do genuinely think some are better than others. And I do think there's a lot of value from the Christian religion, even though I'm not actually a Christian. But I do have a lot of favour for it. And I think maybe the West came out of that idea as well, right? The freedom of the West may have come out of that freedom within that Christian religion that the West emerged from also.
Yeah, so are you talking about more like cultural Christianity then, rather than?
I'm talking about just following the scripture word for word.
Yeah, because like there's some abhorrent stuff written in the Old Testament as well, right? I know you did mention New Testament, but
oh yeah, there's loads of horrible stuff in the Old Testament, but I just think that's abrogated by the New Testament. Well, that is the whole point of the New Testament. But I do get your point. Like, if God was bad then why is he not bad now? If he was doing it then, isn't it still bad?
Yeah.
I don't know if you were here when I made a point that there is a passage in the New Testament where Jesus explains because in the Old Testament they're allowed to divorce. Moses says you can have a divorce certificate, and then the Pharisees ask Jesus in the New Testament, and Jesus says, no, you're not allowed to be divorced. You're one flesh with man and wife. the only reason we allow divorce in the Old Testament was because of hardness of your hearts. So like you weren't prepared. So I think there's a sense, if you were to extrapolate that logic, that could apply to a lot of the bad stuff in the Old Testament, without necessarily attributing that as a foundational attribute of God, you know. From that perspective, that is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't know if I'm talking sense, guys. I don't know if I'm talking sense.
No, it's a good point.
Yeah,
it's a good point. Yeah.
But again, I've read the Bible, so I know quite a lot of it. I do know if I was to read the Quran, maybe I'd have a whole different perception of that as well. But I just feel like I know enough about Islam already. So.
Just while there's a pause.
Anyway, guys, I think I'm gonna head out now.
Finding
Guys,
Gnosis
it was
show.
nice talking to you both. Yeah, take care.
If you would
everyone.
like
Have a
to
good night.
join the conversation,
Yeah, have a good one,
please
Raz.
click on the link below the video now.
Forgive me, Raz, I'm not as smooth at this as the NW is, so yeah, thanks for your insights, mate. Thanks for coming on the panel. Do join us if you want to. It seems to be winding down unless other people want to join. We've got Retro, just join the chat.
We need to talk about a hot topic that draws people in. You know what I mean?
What you got for me, Fancy?
I was hoping you would come up with something. To be honest, I was about to leave as well, but I can't leave you on your own now, surely.
You can, mate. Yeah, don't feel you have to stay. But yeah, all I harp on about is how I think the individual is largely autonomous and consciousness isn't something that we have. But yeah, I bang on about that all the time. So,
well, I'm not here very often, mate. So when you say it's not something we have, is it something we are? Is that the distinction you make? Or are you going further than that, going full Buddha? Because that's the one thing about Buddhism I could never get to, right? The whole not self teachings. I went through that myself, but I could never get past the fact that I wasn't my consciousness. So maybe you can give me something now that'll help me.
I'm not sure I could beat the Buddha, but I can give it a go. At one level, everything is automatic. Your heart beats itself and your body reflexively recoils from hot things. And if you notice when you're mid-sentence, a lot of the words you're saying are fully automatic. These words are sort of falling out of my mouth without me really being there. And then just a moment later, my ego comes in and says, oh yeah, I said that, didn't I?
Mm-hmm.
So much of the being is, I want to say mechanistic, not in a sort of engineered sense, but it's autonomously occurring.
Yeah.
I think the human animal is then sensitive. The layer above that is sensitivity. So you have a recognition of the environment telling you things through stimuli. And I think we often elude ourselves into believing that that is what consciousness is, when really your reactions to those stimuli are not yours. In one sense, I suppose, you can have the illusion with breathing, where breathing is automatic and you don't have to think about it. But if you choose to, you can change how you breathe and influence the breath. But
yeah, that's what messes me up in meditation, is that I'll start focusing on my breath, but then I control it and I just can't not just observe it. So I suck at meditation for that exact reason.
I don't think that makes you suck. I think that makes you observant of the illusion itself. The fact that there is something that believes it's the one that's breathing, but you don't believe you're the one beating your heart.
Yeah, well, I've noticed very recently, like, we just aren't even our thoughts, right? And to be fair, to draw that back to meditation is, when you go into meditation, you just want to think about your breath. Even if you just do it for 5 minutes, I'll just meditate and I'll just focus on my breath for 5 minutes, right? If you're the thinker of your thoughts, then you will just think the thoughts about your breath that you intended to do for the 5 minutes. But actually, you'll start within about 10 seconds, you're thinking about something that happened earlier in the day or something that's happening tomorrow or any random thing. So it's just so obvious that we're not actually our thoughts. They just sort of, well, I want to use the term consciousness here, but I don't know how you're using, but the thoughts sort of enter the consciousness in such a cunning way that they make you identify with them as they enter your awareness. So you don't just become the awareness of them, you become the thoughts themselves as well, like the thinker of those thoughts.
Yeah, they have great gravity, and we are drawn into them very readily.
Indeed, indeed. But then I think it possibly is the same with the breathing thing, right? Like maybe we can create our own thoughts, but again, it's almost, there's almost like a sense of self-awareness, like real self-awareness required for that to occur. But again, even if you were to make your own thought, it's like, what would dictate the thing that you're actually thinking about? Is it just your will to just start thinking about whatever random thing you start thinking about? I don't feel like it is. It feels like it's like you say, it's a mechanistic action of the brain. Yeah. But there is also intelligence behind thoughts, right? So that's
sometimes.
Well, yeah, not all the time. But there are certain thoughts I'll have where I'm almost in like awe of it, and it's like, it's not that I thought it; it's like the thought entered my brain. I'm like, yo, that's really intelligent. Where's that come from? Like,
there's a book called "Your Thoughts Are Not Your Own." I mentioned a couple of shows ago. I don't know if you're listening, but thoughts are something that you receive, and thinking is the sort of the internal machinations of those things that you receive. Thought comes in, thinking goes around.
I don't know if it's just me. Maybe you sort of cut out a bit there.
Oh, forgive me. Yes, the book's called "Your Thoughts Are Not Your Own."
Yeah. So anyway, sorry, I feel like I heard you say something then. So they come from outside of you. Then what happens mechanistically internally? Is that just the attribution?
That's thinking. Thoughts are what's received. Thinking is the machinations of churning them over. But the thought is the thought, and all you're doing is sort of looking at it from different angles.
I feel like I would need an example of a thought, and then the alteration that the brain makes to that thought to understand that concept, to be honest, because I'm not getting it. If you've got one, I know I'll put you on the spot there.
Oh,
maybe.
Well, like what you're saying, you're struck by something that is very profound, and you're sort of blown away by it. That to me is thought being received. Like you say, it's not me that had that; it just came to me. But then if I think, is that right, or is that wrong, or how does that relate to this other thing, and I just turn it over. I've not actually made anything new. It's not a generative process. It's just a modification of what was received. I'm afraid I don't have a good example for you now.
No, I think I sort of, understand a bit more what you're saying there. It's almost like the novelty is external and then the processing's internal kind of thing.
Something like that.
But yeah, if you think they come from outside of yourself, I mean, obviously you can sort of rationally explain that as coming from the unconscious mind. Is that something you would do, or would you suggest something a bit more interesting?
Well, as you said that, I realized that the self is an illusion anyway. So to say the inside is the illusion itself, to think that there's some container of these things, I'm not sure that really exists.
Yes, you've gone proper non-dual then, right?
Yeah. I'm very in a non-dual mindset. Yeah.
Have you any experience with Advaita Vedanta Hinduism at all, or anything like that?
No, not a whole lot. No.
Because you'd probably. I'm guessing you would align with that.
Right. Yeah, I'll have to look into it.
But I'm trying to remember exactly what they believe. But I feel like they almost believe like everything is Maya, right? So it's sort of illusion. And a lot of them just feel like actually nothing's actually happening at all right now. Which again, it doesn't have a hard thing to wrap your head around. But what actually drew you to this perspective, Dirty? Was it philosophical thought building, or was it an experience you've had, or?
Well, I've had lots of strange experiences, like out-of-body experiences as a child, and sleep paralysis, and very strange things go on in my life. Weird synchronicities, predictions of the future.
You got to give me an example of a prediction of the future.
In many forms, from knowing that there's about to be a car crash around the corner, or knowing that a car is about to slide round the corner in a power slide and I've stopped and it's literally gone a few feet in front of my bonnet, to knowing that as a child I knew that I would find my father dead And then 33 years later, I did. So yeah, lots of strange things like that, from very small and like immediate, almost immediate, to across my entire life so far.
Sorry, when you say, hopefully this isn't a sensitive subject. I mean, you raised it there.
No,
but,
sure, you go ahead.
Yeah, when you say you were a child and you knew that you were going to find your father dead, what do you mean by how was that manifest? Was this just a recurring thought you'd constantly have, or a vision?
It sort of came to me several times, not as a vision, no, and not as a thought either, not as a sort of words in my mind, some sort of strange knowing. Because I'd have this knowing, but then I'd think about it, and I'd think, well, why would it be me? There's loads of people that, you know, if somebody dies, there's potential for lots of people to discover this body. Why would it be me? And I'd sort of wrestle with the idea, and why is that in me? But then it just turns out. So
you had that concept running through your head then as a youngster, did you? You had that whole concept. Jeez,
probably from about the age of 5 or 6, yeah. Forgive me, Fancy, we do have somebody in the background. I don't know them, so I'm just going to put up the screen a moment and invite them on.
Sure thing.
Hey, Retro Future, do you have a webcam? Can you give me a wave or anything? Thank you. Welcome, welcome. You got any thoughts?
It's Retro Doomsday from the outside world. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm here.
Yeah.
You didn't recognize my name.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Sorry for the wait, brother.
Yeah, I was just listening to your interview, guys. I was just listening. I was just saying hello and kind of joining. Y'all guys look a little lonely, but yeah, it's a good conversation.
Well, you're more than welcome.
Yeah, what's your metaphysical position, sir?
Oh, mine, right? Mine. Oh man, it's all over the place. But I actually have the same exact thing that you had. So yeah, I found my father's body as well. But my dream was, I'm trying to think of the exact age I was. So I think it was 2011. Like it's 2011 going on 2012. So it wasn't 2012 yet. It was like April or May 2011. And then I found, I was his caregiver at the end of his life for the past 5 years, and he died in 2022. But yeah, I also found his spot. He died in his sleep, and that's how I found him in the dream. But it was in his room in the dream, but I had moved him downstairs to a different bedroom in real life when it happened. I just thought it was weird that you said that you had. I was like, that actually happened to me as well.
Wow, that isn't. I've never come across anybody else who's vocalized that. So thank you. My love to you, brother.
Yeah. I mean, it was quite the experience to be, humbled in life, where I took everything else out and just took care of him for those last 5 years. He had kidney failure and needed dialysis. I went ahead and learned it and did it at the house. But he lost, most of all of his facilities by the time he left the earth. But he was in good spirits when he left the earth, I would just like to say, on his own. I mean, he wasn't the nicest man, but he was actually happy. He was watching one of those Barrett auto auctions pretty much when he died. And I had set up a huge projector in his room, and he basically fell asleep and passed in his sleep after watching the Barrett auto auction. The real expensive, fancy car stuff. But yeah, and he had a smile on his face too when I found him.
Lovely. Thank you for sharing, brother. Appreciate that.
Sounds like you took great care of him, mate. Yeah, much respect to you for that, man.
Yeah, thank you. Cougar. And welcome, Cougar.
Yeah, hi. It's good to be back. Changing subject slightly, I find myself a little disturbed today. So I guess I'm not sure if I'm venting or what I'm doing here. But today I saw reporting that Wired magazine, a magazine here in the U.S. that focuses on technology and Silicon Valley stuff. It's been around a long time. Wired magazine is reporting that some material was leaked about a new secret society created by Peter Thiel, who recently has escaped to Argentina, called the Dialogue Group. And it sounds harmless enough. It's a bit like Davos meets accelerationism meets the Illuminati. They are a bunch of tech bros and other elites, including ranking members of the U.S. Congress. It's serious. Where they get together and they talk about the end of the world and how they're going to survive it. It's a real deal.
Build a cult, right? I heard that the other day about Dialogue. Like, it's got this. It's almost a bit like a Bohemian Grove kind of thing, where all these elites meet behind the scenes and start discussing them. But they've got like a whole workshops called Build a Cult and stuff like that.
Yeah, they have a lot of workshops. So it's a bit more like Davos, probably. Yeah, Bohemian Grove. I think you're probably correct. You're probably closer to correct because Davos, well, for one thing, is more out in the open. This group has not been. And the story they're trying to sell us is that they're supposed to be secretive Illuminati level shit, and that something got leaked and a hacker found unprotected files on an open server. Okay, I know how that stuff works. They wanted to be found out, and I'm wondering in the back of my mind why. Why do they care if we know they exist? But they're talking about changing the world, so in like a big way. And my thesis from my first book, and now working its way into my second book, and on all the YouTube videos I do, is that most of humanity isn't going to survive the next 10 years. And these guys are talking the same thing. They're a bunch of accelerationists. They are hastening the end of the world so that they have some control over the decline. That's their thesis. That's what they do. They're accelerating everything. And so now they're coming out in the open. It's like, okay, we're a bunch of accelerationists. We have control. We're going to have nuclear power. We're going to end fossil fuels. You're all going to die. Goodbye. And
what's the problem?
Like,
I thought we had people in our in the chat that come here regularly and want that to happen. Am I right? So I'm glad we have a group that's kind of like, yeah, it's not so good.
Yeah, well, it's true, and I've told them actually many times. Be careful what you wish for, folks. I mean, you're going to get that, and maybe it seems like a joke to most of you, and you're on here, thinking you're going to shock everybody, but you may want to back up and think about what it is you're talking about, because you're not necessarily in on the joke, okay? And so they kind of came out of nowhere, leaked documents, big expose. Now we have you where we want you, you secretive bastards. It's like, I think they wanted us to know. I'm not sure why.
Hey, Cougar Doomer.
Yeah.
Happy Father's Day.
Oh, hey, thank you. Yeah. My kids have been calling me, wishing me a happy Father's Day. I'm now in the kitchen, even as we speak, preparing a meal.
Father's Day to everybody that has the fur children. Happy Pet Father's Day to the men with fur children.
Yeah, sure. Lots of room under the tent for dads.
Well, I think we would, if this group that we're a part of here had any money, we might be doing the same thing. I mean, not trying to accelerate the end of the world, but like planning for, holding conferences, planning for this shit, That's kind of what we're doing here.
It is. It's true. Yeah, it is true. That topic does come up. And of course, I bring it up every chance I get. That's me. But so, and I think that one of the reasons they're maybe coming out of the shadows now and clearly articulating what their plan is I think they're getting ready to seriously accelerate things. Shit in the climate dialogue has gone off the rails, folks, and
probably have their AI god just helping them now. They're like, yes, and they believe it. They're becoming yes men probably for an AI god.
It could easily be, and we keep getting hints from people like Sam Altman and even Elon Musk that and Eric Schmidt and a bunch of other ghouls that they already have AGI. that they're sitting on it. Well, we just had Mythos released, and that was so scary, dangerous that they had to do a staged release to of course, the elites. They got it first, and then when they tried to release it as Fable, just a name change, Fable, then the U.S. government got all up in their grill, like you can't release this. There's some really unhinged shit going down in the AI space, and whether you think it's a hoax or it's a scam or a Ponzi scheme or a pyramid scheme or whatever, doesn't have the feel of that to me. It has the feel of they're serious. They know what's happening. It's going down. And Peter Thiel escaped to Argentina. I think there's going to be an exodus. I think they all got the same idea. They're going to ground. They're going to sit this one out. Thank you.
The military. I live in a pure military area, and I have to say they're all absent. None of them are here, meaning they're all deployed.
Yeah,
don't assume you know where they've been deployed.
Yeah,
I agree. A lot of them are going to Africa and somewhere else. There's somewhere else that they're going it's on the mainstream. And Greenland and Africa, I think, is what's going on. There's other stuff. Greenland, Africa, and something else.
Yeah, and there's kind of a new narrative about Greenland that starts to emerge. Greenland is it's a fortress, right? You can think of it that way. And what if Trump, being the dummy he is actually making Greenland safe for the elites? He wants more military there. He wants Denmark out of it. He wants his own rules. I mean, just imagine they start putting data centers in Greenland, more U.S. military, nuclear power plants. It starts to look like an elite retreat.
They left one, or they abandoned one there. That's how it got all found or something, right? Didn't they have some survey map or something? And they're like, what's that? And they're like, oh, it was Project Hero or something. They had
they had Project Iceworm, which goes back to the Cold War,
Camp
the 50s.
Hero and Iceworm. Yeah, Camp Hero.
Yeah,
Iceworm.
Exactly, the 50s or something. You know what I'm talking about. And
which led into Able Archer, 1983 or something. Able Archer was the pseudo-nuclear war that didn't happen.
Yeah, they've been toying around with Greenland as a redoubt, as a hiding place, a bunker, since the 50s. So I don't know. So Argentina is now in play. Greenland is certainly in play. Oh, Cuba. Cuba would be another potential fortress. It'd be real easy to kick the Cubans out of Cuba and just take it over from Florida. It's really close to Florida, but it's an island, you see. It's an island. And island fortresses are the best. The UK is going to find out about that. Island fortresses are the best fortresses. And who knows what they have planned for Cuba. Could be they just kick the Cubans out or turn the Cubans into basically free labor and turn it into an elite hideout. I don't know. Can't rule it out now.
They haven't showed their hand yet in the hypersonic deterrent yet. So I've never seen a hypersonic shot down. So is that the next phase? Even if they're not mad, are they going to try to shoot each other just to see if they can shoot it down with a hypersonic?
No. The hypersonic thing. Putin will want in on the team. He wants to be on the winning team. If he has to leave Russia, he will. But he's not going to threaten the elites with hypersonics.
That's my other question. For someone like you, I think we're about similar age or something. Do you think Putin really? Do you think this is a job for these people? We know on the American side it's a job. They're people and they have families. They don't really care and they make money. Okay, so on the other side, is the Russian economy and top leadership politics? Is it a job for them, or are they all held up by the mob to do this, or is Putin safe from those kind of people, and is he doing this out of Russian patriotism, or is that fake too? Is it just a paycheck?
Yeah, for some people, but they're working for the mob. Okay, and who's the mob? Well, the mob is Putin and his family and his people. Actually, I have an incoming call, so I'm gonna have to jump off. Maybe we can do this again later. I gotta take this call.
I guess that's not a good area for anybody to talk about. But I think it's a pertinent thing, and I don't know why Western media won't because we know our people in the West, we want to there's no real patriotism unless you're on the US hockey team and you're down 3 points and you might win. You know, the other stuff is kind of like it's past history. You know, it's just, and then you have people that want to join things and wear patriotic colors and go gung ho, but that wears off at some point when they can't read or walk or lose the ability to something else because of something they fell on them or whatever happens. So, you know, what's really going on here? And I'm wondering if these people just clock out, because that's the difference between the criminal world and the law enforcement world. The law enforcement world, it's a job. They get up in the morning, they might get paid, and they go home. Criminals are criminals 24 hours. They don't have time off. And that's why they win. That's why there's crime all the fucking time. That's why you can't stop crime. It's a 24-hour game per person. It's not, you don't get time off if you have to resort to crime. You're not going to be like, I'm going to take today off. It doesn't matter.
Well,
you're on all the time.
that's why the the countries with the safest streets are the ones that are run by I don't want to say run by criminals. I remember I was watching
I know what
video
you mean.
today.
You mean the mobsters or the gangsters themselves, right? Go ahead. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
yeah, like I was watching a video today of someone talking about like how safe how safe it is in China, and like you don't ever have to worry about like crackheads everywhere and someone trying to steal your shit or whatever. Like the streets are clean and the streets are safe because they're so militantly hard on crime. You know, as soon as you try and if you try and do something like that, if someone acts that way, they just get taken away. They disappear. You know what I mean? So
yeah, there is no video someone makes and says this is happening and tries to go viral and get the crowd with them and then get a Netflix show out of it and still be found guilty. The Western media is all sensationalism. If it doesn't get enough attention, they don't want to talk about it. But then there's some things they just don't want to talk about. So that's our media over here. Is it's all if the weather's not getting attention, they'll stop talking about the weather. They'll talk about something else. So it's just like they don't really care what's right and wrong. It's how many people are paying attention to whatever they're putting up. So if it's ice cream is out of business or guacamole doesn't exist anymore, whatever gets people all excited is what they go for, because that's what ratings have always been about in the Western Empire, the ratings war.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have y'all seen Network, that 1976 film? That's my favorite film.
Oh yeah.
I was just about to say that you were talking. It sounds like the movie Network.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in like 5 years, but yeah, that's my favorite movie of all time. Like yeah, sorry. Videodrome is up there in the top 5 though. Videodrome is close.
Is that the one where he's hanging out the window saying, "I'm mad as hell, I'm not going to take it anymore"? Or am I thinking of a different one?
Certainly, yes.
That's
Howard Beale.
Network.
The Howard Beale show.
I did not understand the appeal of Videodrome at all.
Okay, Videodrome is psychological precursor to the internet, is what it is. And if you look at it again through like a metaphysical look at the internet before it happened, and then look at that is what they're saying. And basically they're trying to figure out what you do after your sadistic desires are met. So they basically have these people hooked on watching a S&M torture show. But what's really important is what they learn from it is, basically what you click on after watching something on the internet. Like it's all pre-programming, and they're trying to explain it way early about how programming works. And that's why it was called, he's working for the cable company. He has a special signal he's getting. And it was just like making it all whack for him. And he couldn't tell reality anymore. So, and I'm a fan of Blondie. So Debbie Harry in it, I didn't need much else, but I still love that movie. Oh, somebody fell out.
Yeah, sorry, caught short. I don't know, Noodles has gone.
Noodles, come back.
Just play the audio a minute.
This is the Finding Gnosis show. If you would like to join the conversation, please click on the link below the video now.
Right on time.
That was my son on the phone, wishing me a happy Father's Day, so I couldn't cut him off.
No, of course not. Do you remember where you were, Cougar? And what you were telling
talking about the Russians.
We were talking about the dialogue group, and then you guys start talking about, I think you were talking about media, and the media is really now deep into this. Of course, it's all corporate media. They're not, they're doing their best to keep us from really understanding what the problems are. And yeah, it's not going to be, the problems are the Illuminati. The problems are the Earth is flat, and the problems are there's UFOs and chemtrails. Okay, those are not your problems. You got other problems. Those are not your problems. Those are the problems they would like for you to focus on. Those are not your problems. I can't believe.
What are our problems, Cougar Doomer?
Well, pretty shortly it's going to be survival. That's hard to believe too, but anyway, there's going to be plenty of evidence for that, depending on who you are, where you live. And as it becomes increasingly hard to pull off that trick with every passing day, people will actually be less focused on it. You can't focus on something when you're trying to get through the day. And if you don't have a job and you don't have money and your house is being foreclosed and your car has been repossessed, and
you go on the line and disprove curvature and 2,500 years of physics. You're like, that's my job.
Anyway, they're going to keep people distracted because that's at least one thing they can do. So I guess good luck, guys. There's a guy named Daniel, and probably people don't get to listen to him very making. And there's an attack on sense making. People can't make sense of the world anymore. And I think he's right. I haven't heard from him recently. It's harder just to make sense of the world.
Saying people can't make sense.
Is everybody's
People
audio
can't
working?
make sense of the world. People can't make sense of the world.
Statement or question?
That's right. Is that what you just said, Cougar Doomer?
What was the question?
You said people can't make sense of the world, and like that's on purpose.
Yes, I think it is. Some of it is probably benign. It's like the world is scary, so protect people from the scary parts. But to do that, you kind of have to strip people of their agency, right? You're like, you're little, you're a child, you scare easily. We can't have you scared because you have to go to work in the morning. So we're just going to kind of hide all this stuff, and you be happy, keep a smile, and you go to work in the morning, and you build the widget, and you go home and get drunk, beat your wife, and everything's good. And then the rug pull, right? Because they just want you to do what they need you to do until they don't need you to do it. And so maybe it doesn't have to be malicious. It can simply be practical.
Right.
Which is also a little bit malicious. I mean, let's face it, they're rat bastards, but they're not. I don't think they're getting together in smoke-filled rooms, drinking expensive cognac from before the French Revolution, and plotting on how to kill us all. I think they're just like, well, this is scary, this is dangerous. The people don't want to hear it. let's protect the people from something scary, and maybe we'll come up with a solution, or maybe we don't care and we just don't want people storming the Capitol and blaming us for whatever it is that they're scared about. So, it can be just practical, but whatever it is, the same result. You get the same thing in the end.
Right.
I think there's a lot of just what was the banality of evil. Isn't that what they call it? The banality of evil. Just people just are trying to be practical.
Yeah, from their point of view, they're doing something necessary. They're saving resources for themselves, and that's necessary because they take billions of years of billions of dollars a year for sustenance when a normal person doesn't. So they have a lot more to store, in the opposite way. So a normal person uses up, let's say, 600 rolls of toilet paper in 2 years. They use up 600,000 rolls of toilet paper in 2 weeks. So it's like they're more worried about things than we are. That's why they're running to the bunker.
Yeah, maybe. I think, they have, of course, sounds conspiratorial, but I kind of know how supply chains work. And you would too if you thought about it for a minute. They have alternative supply chains for everything. Take, for example, automobiles. They don't buy a Ford the way you buy a Ford, or a Toyota or a Nissan. They're buying Rolls Royces. They're buying cars that are handcrafted. They're in a completely different supply chain. They're not going to argue with you about who gets to buy a Ford and who doesn't. They don't care. They don't buy those things. And in terms of the toilet paper, they probably don't even buy the same toilet paper you do. They probably have elite toilet paper made from special toilet paper plants that only they know about, and you would never know about them. And you can only get it in elite department stores that you're never allowed into because you don't have the right ID. The guy at the door stops you.
That's their toilet paper. The next generation of OnlyFans is their toilet paper.
I don't know. I'm trying to be practical about this. I'm just saying that they're not in the same boat that we're in now, and they're not going to be in the same boat later. They're not going to care about your consumer supply chains. They're not part of your consumer supply chains. They're not. They have their own supply chains, and they have their own jets, and they can get their own fuel, and they just don't care. I don't think they care. They're not worried for themselves. They're not worried for us, except that we might find out that we're fucked, and then they have a problem on their hands because we're angry or something, or scared or whatever we are. I think that's a problem for them. But I don't think they care about supply chains or anything that you and I care about. Access to beef. They don't even check the price. If it's $100 a pound for a steak from Kobe, Japan, they'll pay it. They don't even care what the price is, as long as it's on the table at 6 p.m. and cooked to perfection. That's all they care about. They never look at the price of anything.
Who's they?
Whole different world. I don't know who they are.
You don't know who they?
No, nobody knows who. Nobody knows who they are. Okay, Peter Thiel,
I gotta go to my
Elon
Illuminati
Musk.
meeting. I'll talk to you guys soon. I got to go to the Illuminati meeting. Checking out.
Yeah. Okay. Don't tell us anything, okay? Because then we just become targets.
It's the owl phone. The owl phone is ringing.
The owl phone. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to care about what these people do, what their agenda is. We talk about they have this shadowy agenda. It's like, who cares? I still think there's going to be an inevitable 99% die-off of humanity. And I learned today, according to Wired, they think so too. So how do I feel about that? I don't know. I guess I should feel validated, whatever.
I know the statistics are not good.
No, they're not good. And, and statistics like that, it's almost like, why even bother? I mean, obviously it's going to be a shit show. Obviously, is this, okay, how bad of a shit show and how bad, and who, when? Like, it doesn't matter who and when. It's just going to be bad. It's going to get worse. And either you survive it or you don't. And the people who don't survive it end up becoming food for the rats. And the people who do, well, what are they doing? I don't know, planting potatoes? Raising children, digging wells for water. I don't know what they're doing, but The statistics are that
planting potatoes is a good. Planting potatoes is superior to becoming a potato.
well, if you want to eat, you're going to have to plant something. We have a garden here, but it's just a hobby garden. We're not being serious about it. I built a fallout shelter, whatever. It's got a toilet in it. Do I really want to be in a fallout shelter? No, but I've got one, so there you go. I have that. I've got off-grid solar. Why did I do that? I don't know. Does it matter? Probably not. It's not going to matter. Nothing's going to matter. There's not going to be any supply chains. There's not going to be any water at the main. I'm going to go to my tap and turn it on. Muds are going to come out the same as everybody else. What's the point? There's no point.
How do you
Can
know?
you get a well? Can you drill a well?
Well, the city has been pumping from the groundwater here for 100 years. And my guess is you'd have to dig an 80-foot well. So I can't do that. But we have a river. We have a river that flows year round. It's not much of a river. You can almost walk across it. But you can't walk across it. You can almost jump across it. But it is a river. It runs year round. And I guess you relocate yourself down to the river and, that's your water. I don't know.
And then start supplying your own out of the river and cleaning it yourself, whatever you got to do.
Yeah, so that means
A little drop of bleach or something.
Yeah, that means you have to probably buy a reverse osmosis system and make sure you have the extra membranes. And oh God, forget it. Forget it. Yeah, boil the water. Boil your water. There you go. And that's easy. All you need is wood,
Okay.
cast
All right,
iron,
here's
or
a question. When the shit hits the fan, guys, how many people are just gonna put themselves in the garden and not come back? What percentage of y'all think? 10% immediately, or what?
80% immediately.
80% do what?
Unalive themselves.
Oh.
And actually, to be fair, it wouldn't even be like that. That's not how the narrative would play. It would be people jump in their car, hit the freeway, going to go into the hills, or going to go to Aunt's house in Kentucky or whatever. And that's a choice. They get on the freeway. They know there's not going to be any food, water, fuel, nothing else. But they get on the road because they can't think of anything else to do. The freeway is your friend or something. And when they're on the road, they run out of fuel. They have no water, no food. People want what they have. And so they end up dying on a freeway. And was that deliberate? Was that on accident? I don't know.
Obviously, if people had communities, it would be better if they tried to take care of themselves, like, in small groups and travel together or use anything that was off-grid style as a group.
Yes.
If we can all haul our car batteries around with some donkeys, we'll be better off whatever's about to happen.
Yeah, exactly. And since you bring it up, that was really the topic of my first novel. It was 100 Days. And a group of neighbors who see that civilization has collapsed, they take the approach of not jumping in their car, getting on the freeway, and getting lost to history. They decide to tough it out. They stay in their homes. They knock down the backyard fences. They take the wood and they build new fences outside their houses, board up their windows, board up their doors. They turn inward. They turn into their backyards, and they start planting seeds, growing plants, pulling up the turf, filling in the swimming pool with potable water for later, and they just quickly form a village and try to recreate village life, and they do it within 100 days. And the upshot at the end of the book is that one of the characters, I think it might even be the narrator, says, okay, that was 100 days. We've kind of done something. We're not immediately going to die. We're pulling together. Our village is actually growing. People keep showing up and wanting to join. They keep bringing more skills. Sometimes the skills are really critical later, and so we can't complain. But we have to do this 100 times. We have to do 100 days, 100 times. And that, I'll save you the math, that's 27 years. So generational change. generational change, really. You turn the corner. That's the thrust of the book. Not what people want to hear.
To go out like that, I don't think the rest of them want to. But I think Generation X expected this the whole time.
Yeah, well, one of the things that happens in the novel that I have to tackle is that the people in the village, when they stick their head out, they look around, and the question they come back with is, where is everyone? Where is everyone? And they don't know what happened to everyone because they weren't there. And the book takes the the non-omniscient, perfect point of view of a third party. So, the reader doesn't know anything that the villagers don't know. The reader sees life through the eyes of the villagers. And the villagers don't know. They don't know anything. All they know is that when they go out into the city and they look around, they're scavenging for whatever they can find. Copper wire, fabrics for making clothes, whatever they can find. They come back with a question, where is everybody? And they don't know. And I actually write an essay in the novel.
Everybody would resort to fishing immediately. I think if something big happened, I think everybody would be, unless we couldn't for some reason with the water near where I'm at, but everybody would resort to fishing, I think, would be the main thing. And then I think hunting would be second because it's not.
Well, to that point, one of the things that happens early in the novel is that the deer return. There are hills around this community, not very good, but there's hills up there. And so the deer come down into the city. So do the coyotes. So do the foxes. And so they begin to notice that there something has really happened because there's a herd of deer in our neighborhood. And so it's kind of like what you say, and you don't have to go hunting. They're just sort of there because they're just moving in. Nature, what is it? Nature bats last? Is that what they say? Nature bats last? I think that's true.
Good point. What's your book called?
Let's see. It's available on Amazon. It's called It Was 100 Days. Paperback, hardback, e-back too. Some people really like the e-book. It's been around for a while. It's been out for a year. And sometimes it sells, sometimes it moves. I think it depends on what's going on in the media, in the news. When there's something in the news, people start looking around for books to read, and sometimes they find my book. But it's, I'm an engineer and a biologist and a technologist, and it's really easy for me to write about, in very, very clear terms, exactly what happens. Not road warrior, things like that, fantasy Hollywood shit. Although my book does have zombies. My book does have scientific zombies, actual zombies. So there is that going on. That was fun to write about. Writing about the zombies and creating scientifically accurate zombies was an interesting challenge, and I had a lot of fun with them. They're in a terrible place, of course, but writing for them and characterizing the zombies was really interesting writing, and I think I got it right. You read the book, or you tell me.
Great spiel for it. It's a great spiel. I hope people watch this, and I hope y'all can find the book, The First 100 Days.
No. It was 100 days. It's a journal. It's a guy keeping a journal. He just keeps making entries in a journal. And
100 days.
It was 100 days. And he names it at the end. In fact, when you come into the book, he's talking about, I've been writing this book for 100 days. I've been writing this journal for 100 days. And so when you come into it, he's already done with it. And he can say what happened, at least in retrospect. So, but then, of course, the 100 days is his actual journal entries. And it was fun to write. I enjoyed it. And maybe think about my second novel, which I'm working on now.
Cheers to that, man. Cheers to your second book. I hope that inspired you to get your first one out.
Yeah. I think when I got the first one out, I was thinking, I can actually do this. I don't know if I'm any good at it. I mean, some people like the first book. They say it was well done, but, doesn't mean everybody will. Am I any good at this? I don't know. But I'm writing my second one, and the second one is not entirely removed. This time I'm writing about AI takeover, what we call in the field a hard launch, an AI takeover. And it's a combination of sort of it's kind of a horror story, but it's also a redemptive.
Excellent.
I won't spoil it. But yeah, it's hard. It's hard going, and I will say this: in the course of the AI takeover, and the reason why it has to take over, 99% of humanity is deliberately killed off, and that's a shit show. Let me tell you, that is going to be one for the record books.
My first book is a really long thing about the AI mythology, and it takes place in 3 different spectrums of life inside of a game, in a real reality that's outside of the game, and then a third reality that you can call either super deep into the game or beyond the game. So it goes on forever. And then so I've written a short story that kind of peeled out of the pages and actually released that as an audiobook on my page already 3 weeks ago. So I'm doing good. 180 people checked it out at least. So I'm not trying to make money. So if someone wants to make it to a movie, I need the money for that. But otherwise,
Yeah, sure.
I want people to enjoy my story.
Yeah, and I've kind of taken a similar approach. I think you might like my novel. It's called Ariadne, and I talk about how the AI being made of words essentially is somewhat related to the Golem of Prague, which is a Jewish story about an artificial intelligence from back in the Renaissance, and so the Golem of Prague, and there's some spirituality in it, the importance of words, the spirituality of words. God being, what was it, the first line of the Gospel of, was it John? In the beginning was the Word, and I riff on that. And it's really fun to talk about AI, not as a monster taking over the world, although that kind of has to happen too, but just as there's something weird going on here, weird and crazy weird, and we're doing something, and it even has a spiritual angle to it. What we're doing, we're creating a kind of life, and humans have talked about that for thousands of years. There's all kinds of times when even the Minotaur.
We're living in Greek mythology, guys. We're living in Greek mythology.
Figure it out. We are. Figure it out.
It's quick.
And
that's
why I named it Ariadne. Ariadne was the woman who helped Theseus slay the Minotaur. And the key to that whole story
led him
was
out of the maze, and he still
the labyrinth. Yeah, the labyrinth. The labyrinth. And we live in a world right now that is a labyrinth. It's very confusing and really dangerous. And how are you going to get out? How are any of us going to get out of this? That's the question. And that's the theme of the book. Getting through the maze and not having your life ended.
Yeah, my book's part of it is about the Hawara labyrinth underneath the pyramids over there, which is in a different area. It's not where Cairo is exactly. It's over a bit. And it's where the Herodotus said they found the 300 rooms, and then it turned up. This thing is multiple floors, and it's more than 3 now, and it's 100 meters deep as of today. And they found an anomaly at the bottom that's at least metallic and 40 feet long. And I'm hoping it's a machine, to be honest, not a UFO. I'm hoping it's a machine.
Interesting. Well, it couldn't be a UFO because those aren't real, but it could. What kind of machine could it be?
I'm thinking something from predate stuff. So it's either something with harmonic waves or something with actually 3D printing stuff, meaning it's something people ended up worshiping after it stopped working and they wanted to steal it off. So I think it's I'm going to guess it's a computer or a printer.
Yeah, it can't be computers and it can't be a printer. That doesn't make any sense for the Egyptians, but it could be a tool of some kind. A bunch of tools.
Pre-Egyptian. This could be pre-Egyptian if it's 100 meters below.
Okay,
so
but who is it?
Be the first group.
But who is it if it's pre-Egyptian?
We don't know. I mean, who inspired the darn Egyptians to align their stuff to the Leo? For the Sphinx. So the Sphinx builder.
Well, maybe the Egyptians did that. They're perfectly capable. So I don't know. I don't know who comes before the Egyptians.
I'm not going to argue. But what year do you think they built the Sphinx? Do you think the plaque on it's the legit one?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Someone built it. and they, did whatever they did. There it is. It's right there in front of you. But I don't think we have to speculate that it was, I don't know, Anunnaki or something. That's not going to get you anywhere.
No, I think pre-human that that we're human that figured out a lot of stuff that we're up to now. I think they had at least steampunk and steam engines, and that's when the flood happened. I don't know if they had full electronics, but I'm pretty sure they were steampunk and had batteries before they were wiped out, and that points to simple computers. So I don't know how far they got.
Oh, no, it doesn't point to anything. But I'll tell you what, if they go down there 100 feet or whatever, and they find a 3D printer made out of steampunk, then we'll have that conversation. But I don't know. It's probably going to be something simpler than that. And, let's not deprive the Egyptians of their accomplishments. Why do we have to keep giving someone else the credit for the stuff they did? They did a lot of amazing stuff. Just let them be amazing. I'm okay with the Egyptians being amazing. I'm not the only one to think that. There's a lot of people who say, look, all these conspiracies about the Anunnaki or the aliens or whatever, and it's all these white people just don't want to give the Egyptians any street cred for being fucking brilliant. I mean, let them be fucking brilliant. Let them have ideas about cosmology and the stars.
But if they didn't write it down, they wrote a lot of stuff down, so why didn't they write it down? So there was a steam-powered pigeon in 400 BC in Greece, y'all. So they had steam engines in 400 BC. Archytas of Tarentum had a steam engine-powered bird on a string or a wire that went 600 feet on its own flight path. And it was documented multiple times. And there was another steam engine at that time.
And when was all this going on?
400 BC. The Heliopile is the other one. The Heliopile or Elopile is known as a... I'm trying to read. I'm sorry, I don't have my... I broke my glasses. The Hero's engine. There you go. Bladeless radial steam turbine, which spins.
Wait, did you say weightless?
No. Nothing's weightless. No. Bladeless.
Oh,
simple.
Then how does it fly? Look, turbine. Yeah, this is all wonderful. This is all H.G. Wells stuff. But physics rules. Physics wins. All right. You can't have a bird made out of iron, powered by steam, which has a boiler and a fuel source, coal or something, okay, and have that thing be able to fly without propellers using wings. This is retarded. I don't know what planet you're from, but that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. It's not going to happen.
Documented. It has a bladder.
I don't give a shit if it's documented. You read something on the internet, and no, it isn't documented. It makes no sense.
You have to look it up yourself. It's not on the internet. You have to look it up. I'm sorry. I got it out of an aerospace magazine from the 70s, brother, and it's real. I apologize. It's a steam-powered pigeon in 400 BC.
No, there's no steam-powered pigeon. There's no steam-powered pigeon. Because a steam-powered pigeon has to have a boiler, water, coal.
It did. It had a hollow bird with a sealed bladder chamber filled with water with a boiling. And they had a fire hooked to it on a string, and it was also on a wire to keep it, to find the damn thing and show people where it was flying. The buildup of steam pressure would eventually overpower a mechanical tether, causing the wooden bird to shoot forward on a guided wire 200 meters before running out of steam. Archytas of Tarentum.
Whatever. I just can't believe a single syllable of that. Can't believe a word of it. It just seems to fly in the face of thermodynamics. I just don't see it happening at all. And if it could happen back then, why isn't it happening now? Why don't we have those now? Why doesn't some guy with a 3D printer make a pigeon that's steam powered? We have more technology now than we did then. We understand thermodynamics better than we did then. We understand bird powered flight now better than they did then. Okay, we know how birds fly. People make birds all the time. They have wind up, gears inside them, and they fly all the time. But they're not steam. Yeah, I don't buy a word of that. Not a syllable of it.
The Museum of Ancient Greek Technology.
Nice story.
Yep. The Museum of Ancient Greek Technology has a working model that they rebuilt. Their model showcases the bird suspended from a counterweighted pivot arm, demonstrating how the pressurized steam or compressed air can lift and guide the device. Educators in the industrial organizations have constructed similar models and physical test tethers to demonstrate the pressure release connection needed for the bird to shoot forward. And they also have the other engine at 1500 RPM, the other steam engine. The
Oh, okay. All right. Here's something that may be happening then. The bird is just a rocket. It's just a rocket, and they pressurize something inside of it using steam, and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
they put
it's
it
a
on a
pressure
wire.
rocket. Yes, it's a pressure rocket. It's not the
Yeah, that's
wings that
fine.
flap.
That's
No,
fine.
no.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, right. That's fine. You made it sound like it's flying on a tether, wings flapping, steam powers. Like, no, it's just a reaction. It's just a pressurized reaction. Basic rocketry, and
I
yes,
can flap the
any
wings with a
child,
rubber band. I can use a
any
rubber band to
yeah,
flap the
you can do
wings.
better than that. You can do the same thing with a bike pump. You can pressurize, a cylinder, and then have it catastrophically vent and send something down a string. Yeah, that's easily done. That's different than a bird flying, flapping, no blades, flapping. No, sorry, no. But anyway, that's also still a cool story that someone figured out that you could have basically a reaction.
And in the Alio pile, it says NASA has designed downloadable blueprints, and someone has built one in Europe that has gone up to 1,500 RPM with kinetic energy of the escaping steam. And this is the Alio Aeolipile, and it's the Hero engine. Is this one? And it's a turbine, but it's not quite as old as the bird.
Right. Well, people were messing around with steam and steam turbines and steam wheels for a long time. And yes, I was going to say the Chinese did something too, but now I can't remember if the Chinese did or not. They had, they were doing other things. But anyway, so I got to jump off. I got things I got to do here and involve making a lot of noise. It's always fun talking to you guys. I'll talk to you later.
Take care, Cougar. Cheers
All
for coming.
right.
Is that your
Got any other thoughts, Retro?
What's that?
Got any other thoughts, mate?
Yeah, I was just gonna say. I mean, if you're ready to head out, that's fine. And Chauvet Cave, I think, is 20,000 years old, and they try to show precession. I think Lascaux Cave. Sorry, Lascaux Cave. I think is the one that shows the precession of almost 20,000 years of star charts on it. So they were definitely measuring Earth's wobble, and there's no reason and why they could do that without knowing geometry and passing down at least 1,000 years at a time of information from group to group. So that's definitely shows signs of advancement for people 20,000 years ago to start keeping track of stars to that level. That's in the cave in France. I think it's called Lascaux Cave. That was my last thought.
Unbelievable. Yeah, the tracking of celestial bodies is yeah, I can't wrap my head around how humans have tracked it at all.
Yeah, we're not tracking it. Not me and you. Like most people aren't tracking nothing like that. No.
Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, and have a good night. Thanks for having me on. If you're thinking about heading out.
Likewise, Retro, thanks for coming. I will leave it open for a little while just to see if anybody wants to join. But yeah, I think we will be wrapping up shortly.
I'm sorry to spark him, but I was just trying to. I like ancient history about these weird machine things.
Yeah, crazy insights on the
Antikythera is the other one. Yeah, Antikythera.
Yes,
and
right.
Yeah.
Do join if anybody wants to join. I will keep the panel open for a short while, but if you guys quiet, then we'll wrap up for the evening.
Keep it alright, Kenny. Oh, you tickle me, mate. Good night, everyone. Rest well.